Testing. Welcome to episode 271 of Beauty Magazine. The Sims 4 story of a once thriving, now struggling fashion magazine. Our story is now split into two different timelines, two different portions. We have our original portion of Beatrice Ullbright has a magazine in 2008. She started it in 1998. In 2004, it got merged with a different magazine because the person that bought out her magazine and the other magazine thought they were the same kind of magazine, and they're not. And she's had struggles ever since then. And she's only recently, after about 4 years, been able to get rid of the people who were running the other magazine after arguing for 4 years. In that portion of the story, she's been told by the publisher that she needs to get the sales up within the next few months, or she'll lose the magazine when he decides to go buy other magazines and then downsize for how many magazines he's going to be publishing. At the same time, she found out that she's got some sort of cancer. We don't know what kind. She's not telling anybody. And she's going through the treatments without telling anybody at the magazine that she's doing that. And while she's also doing that, she recently took in a foster child. Somebody from an adoption agency and an orphan home was at capacity and asked her, can you please, at least for the time being, take in this foster child while we find somewhere that can take her in, or we get room at our place. Maybe they're planning on doing a remodel at the orphanage to fit more people, but in the meantime, they needed a place for that foster child to go. And even though Beatrice is going through her treatments and whatnot, she told them that she will do her best for now. But they don't know she's going through these cancer treatments either. So that's what's going on in the main story timeline in 2008. But a week ago, I started up the prequel storyline. In 1998, it is June. Beatrice has just graduated high school. She's 18 years old. She's chubbier than she will be in 2008. Her mother picks on her because of it and has body shamed her in the past, and as well as other shaming and picking at and all that stuff. You know, treats her daughter like she's never good enough type thing. And they had a recent big blow-up argument. And Beatrice almost left home. But Beatrice's Aunt Beatrice is in town for her graduation and talked her into at least going downstairs and trying to talk it out with her mother. And thankfully, the mother was kind of in the mood to try to smooth things over, and she was making her family's lemon cake, you know, because she didn't know what else to do. And thankfully, when Beatrice came downstairs and asked if she could help Josephine out, you know, she accepted the help. And while there weren't any actual apologies, there were moments to smooth things over a bit, temporarily at least. I don't recall either one of them actually saying sorry to each other Well, why don't you? You're the one who was doing the talking for him. I don't recall saying it. And I don't want to roll back the footage right now. But that is what we are currently in. We are in the 1981 timeline. Let me get us off the thumbnail. I am currently starting this episode about, it's about 10 minutes since I ended the previous episode. The previous one, if you didn't see it, today is the 2nd. I did an episode showing what is in the Adventure Awaits pack. I now have that. I showed what was in it. I commented on whatever I needed to comment on about, this, that, and the other, and whether or not I'm disappointed or, I don't know if there's any bugs yet because I haven't really played yet. All I've done is pretty much build and buy mode stuff, with the exception of I had Josephine try out the blender. So, she has the blender here in this house. And it just so happens that it kind of looks like an 80s style blender. So, it fits our theme. For those who did not see, here are the smoothies you can make. You can make an apple and spinach energizing smoothie. You can make a carrot and vegetable focus smoothie for helping skills like archery and handiness. You can do a purge smoothie. This is basically like fiber. This is your it'll make you poop, but then you won't poop as soon after that. So I guess if you're turning needs on and you got a sim going to work, like have them drink this and poop before work, but then they won't poop as soon after that, I guess. I'm assuming. Then you have the any fruit, any vegetable focus smoothie with, the vitamin focus. Then you have a any fruit and then any berry or berry jam smoothie, and it says berry banana blitz, but doesn't mention banana. And they still didn't give us an actual banana. They've still only got plantains. But I guess it's just something to drink. It just says sweet and delicious, loved by children and adults alike. So, my favorite, the smoothie I usually get if I go get a smoothie is usually strawberry banana or strawberry. Now this here, the slim chocolate, well, first of all, I'm surprised they don't give you the option of using the cocoa bean or whatever they got. They got a cocoa thing in the game. A chocolate something or other. Here, let's Google that because I was talking about that earlier. Okay, they started in 1977. Okay, but Slim Fast was a diet shake product line. Okay, well, it might have started in 77, but... Anyway, whether it was, whether this was actually marketed back in 81 or not, there was something else. The other day when I was watching on YouTube, somebody was flipping through an old magazine. There was something like a diet shake in one of the magazines, so I forget what the brand was, but it was not Slim Fast in that magazine. It was something else. Maybe it was this, Dietine. That's 1984. It was probably this stuff. Anyway, if that's what it is, then, you know, maybe that's what she's making if she makes those. If we have her make those. And then you've got a meal replacement shake that is, well, okay, we got the athletic one, which is milk or egg, basically, you know, the Rocky Balboa special. And then, meal replacement peanut butter, although you don't have any peanut butter in the game unless you throw a sandwich in there. And then the Rainbow Calamity. When I first saw that, I thought it said candy, but it says Calamity. Milk or egg, any fruit, any veggie. And then Extreme Muscle Protein Smoothie. I guess if you want to bulk up. Okay, it's got an extra egg and extra milk. Or, either or. So I suppose if you had 2 eggs and 1 milk, or vice versa, or all 3 of one. Sometimes I wonder, if you had 3 of each, is it going to randomly take whether, it's going to take 1 egg and then 2 milk, or is it going to automatically take the milk first because it's listed first, or, what's it going to take? Do you get to choose? All right. Okay, Fly, can you please get off my screen? Because I thought there was a big blob in the trees over there, and it's not. It was a stupid fly on my screen. Hey, isn't that how summer rentals started? Yeah. Yeah, he had a fly on his screen. Air traffic controller, he had a fly on his screen. Okay. Okay, that's where she lives. In 5 hours, you do the barista job. It's 18 until you do that. It's a Wednesday. Currently. What do we got going on the calendar? Meet a celebrity. Okay, Saturday's got all the major stuff. If I care about any of that. What I want to know is it possible to have a community lot of some sort with the dairy animals on it? The chicken and the cow, and be able to go there and get the milk and the eggs and have it go into your inventory? Or will it go into somebody else's inventory? Well, let's see what happens if we go to one of the farms in Henford. That's not necessarily a community lot. Okay, let's go here and see what they have. No, just go along.
Oh, yes.
What are you doing knocking on our door at 12:30, whatever, at night? I'm here to collect your eggs. Well, that's not going to work because she's got to go to work. Damn it. And we can't do odd jobs right now because it's late at night. What I want to know is, can they spawn? Can they spawn the butterflies anywhere aside from here? Let me click on the lessons. See if we got any new lessons. There are multiple ways to interact with butterflies and moths in Gibby Point. You can catch butterflies and moths around the world and can even raise a butterfly or moth in a caterpillar incubator. To learn more about captured butterflies and moths, you can place in world from the sim inventory and examine. You can place butterflies and moths into the butterfly habitat or rehome them into the butterfly topiaries around Gibby Point. Butterflies and moths can be found all around Gibby Point. Butterflies are visible during daylight hours, and moths only come out at night. Bullshit. There are also, I'm saying that because that shouldn't be the case. You can see moths at other times of the day in real life. You bother one, they'll be out. You open your drawer and find some moths in there. They gonna be out during the day. There are also a few special butterflies and moths that are found during Gibby Point festivals. Okay, so we haven't done those yet. And by interacting with other activities within the world. To view hints on where to find specific butterflies or moths, select the Household Collections button found in the upper right corner of the inventory to bring up the Collections UI. Choose the Gibby Point Butterflies and Moths collection. Here you'll be able to find hints for each of the I just wish they would make it so that you could do these anywhere. You got the chisel rocks everywhere. You got the plants everywhere. Now, are they the same kind? No. But they could have divided it up. They could have been like, okay, you'll find the monarchs in Oasis Springs, or, just... Because you already got them floating around in these other neighborhoods, but you could never collect them unless you went to Granite Falls. If anything, make it possible to collect them with a net in Granite Falls. But no, that's a separate collection. Give us the option of, if it's a flying insect or something in Granite Falls, let us use the butterfly net now. Or, let us choose whether or not we're putting the insect into this or that other collection aquarium gizmo. And if you're going to talk about entomology skill, well, now I think herbalism skill gets built by catching the other ones. I don't remember for sure, but anyway, it'd be nice if I could click on one of those other things and say, hey, put a thing into this habitat. Like as if we were rehabbing them. And then later release them. Give these collections and things more of a point. I mean, at least if you can incubate caterpillar into one of them, at least that's something, but there's got to be that whole, do we release them? Okay, so you can use one habitat to collect all of them. I think that's what that's saying. Let's see, what was that? Outdoor retreat. Okay, well, it's not telling me about the bugs. Okay, you can't... I could probably at one of the market lots if I wasn't controlling the other Sims, but it's like, it'd be cool if I could have like let's say Beatrice was running the pizza stand, and then right next to her, Aunt Beatrice was doing like a cupcake table or something, or or a waffle table. But I don't think they'd allow that because that's two, quote, events going on at the same time. So they wouldn't allow that. Which is annoying. If I'm, correct. I do like now that I remember about if you skip the whole, I like seeing them mix in a bowl, but I don't like the whole like twirly bowl crap and voila and messing up, and I don't like that all the time. It gets a little annoying after the first time. It's like, okay, you spilled it the first time. Can you maybe just try stirring like a normal cook? Stop acting like you're, I don't know, Mickey Mouse with the broom just dancing. But I like that it'll skip all that and just, okay, you've got the batter made and the kitchen mixer made it, so you just plop the cake in the oven and it bakes. I just wish sometimes we had an option to turn off the goofiness. That's really what the game needs. A turn off the goofiness button. Turn off the cell phones or limit how many times they're pulling them out. Like, give us a slider or something, or once every 2 hours go check their phone, or give us some good gameplay like that. Like toggles for everything. After all this time, give us that kind of stuff. Toggle on and off the goofiness, or like make a check mark for only if they're level 1 and 2 do they do the stupid stuff. After that, they don't cut their fingers anymore, or they're not twirling the dish and dropping the salt in the thing and being dumb. Might as well do that while I'm looking. Alright, well, can we go somewhere that's got a cow? Some of these might have had people in them before, but because I aged them down and got rid of people, we might be out of luck here. Oh, really? I didn't know that was... Is that like just to pick the first one? Or... Here, daydream about your future, girl. We don't know what it'll be yet, but... Daydream. Regain your passion. I didn't know we had that, but apparently we've got Regain Your Passion.
Oh, shoot, it's a boy.
Maybe that can be one of her pretend jobs as she's going around cleaning the stalls and egg coops for people. I mean, we're not getting money for it, but we can pretend.
Hola. Oh. Here. Let's see.
Just think I'm gonna go to do this and be like, oh, they don't have any chickens. Oh, now you tell me? I mean, at the moment, I don't see the chickens, so. We sang to the chickens. We're so nice for doing that. Oh, for crapping out. Really?
Come on, little Dirk now. Oh, him boy. Mabisa Shibu. Woohoo.
Of course, a lot of good that does. There's no fence to keep the damn foxes out.
Hi, Norma Lou. Galippo. Yabimanak. Susu. Oh, simple you did.
I probably have to leave and come back.
Yes. Chow chow. Oh.
Wow. I wonder if this is new. I'm kind of glad it's her asking, though. I like how it's Aunt Bea asking, because that's her role model. Sometimes it seems like you just sprang up out of nowhere. We've never discussed your childhood before. What sorts of things inspired you when you were a kid? Our options are, it's all a bit dim now, let me recall, or how nosy. I don't really want to talk about that. Well, this is her Aunt Bea asking her, so we've got to pick the nice one. Oh, the formative moments. Okay. So, I suppose this is a way of going back in and giving an adult sim some content and memories and such type thing. You know, if you didn't play their childhood, that's cool. I like this. Action-packed childhood. As a child, this sim was very active and challenged themselves to do different athletic activities. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the athletic career. I can't pick that because right now she's chubby and picked on by her mother. So that didn't happen. Annoyed everyone and everything. As a child, this sim was sort of annoying. They sure did love a good prank. But hey, they had fun. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the mischief skill. Nope, can't do that one. Aspiring author. As a child, this sim spent a lot of time reading and writing. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the writer career. Possibly. Aspiring child star. As a child, this sim aspired to become famous and tried to make it happen. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the actor career and gain an extra fame point. No, not Beatrice, but I like that. born for politics. Okay, if I hover over it, it's bigger. As a child, this sim showed a flair for politics and got really good at organizing, persuading, and dreaming of a better future. As an adult, they will advance more quickly in the politician career. Nope. Oh, Lord, that next one's a big one. Okay, business kid. As a child, this sim wanted to be a little business sim, and they did it. They sold things, made a good amount of money for a kid, and got hands-on practice running a business. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the business career as well as in the salary person career. No, we can't pick that one. Center of attention. As a child, oh, it's not popping up. As a child, this sim was such a ham, they wanted everyone to watch them, and they loved to entertain. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the entertainer career. Now, this is the one that's important to me at the moment so far, because I'm trying to have her get into this. As a child, this sim loved dolls and infants. They spent time really caring for them and playing caretaker. As an adult, they'll build relationships with infants and toddlers more easily. Now, I might click that. I am going to have her try to be a babysitter of some sort and do the photography thing if I can get it set up. So I might be clicking that. I want her to be a babysitter, but I might have her be a live-in babysitter rather than try to run a daycare. Because this is the 1980s. It's more likely that she would be going to a person's house and being there. The thing is you can only really be the babysitter when the child is home and not at school. So, it makes it a little difficult. So, it's possible that I could have her do, like, dog sitting during the day and then move to a different house after school and have her go take care of the kid. Of course, it would probably be beneficial if, the houses were in the same neighborhood. Make things a little easier to click back and forth and quicker. Child scientist. As a child, Sim was very interested in science. They studied the world around them and did scientific experiments. As an adult, they'll advance more in the astronaut and science careers. They'll also perform better when working as an engineer. Okay. Now, these are all cool. This would be another interesting reason to play the different... if you play long enough and try to do all these and see what they do. Now, here's another possible one. Maybe I could give this to the Riley in the future. Or even Beatrice, because she was doing some of this. Just not yet. It would also be cool if we could pick more than one of these at some point. As a child, a childhood collector, started their own collection and had dreams of expanding it in the future. As an adult, they'll have a better chance at winning collectibles from Buddy Scoop, the collector kid. Okay. Childhood environmentalist. As a child, the Sim really wanted to save the planet and took their first steps in doing so. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the civil designer career as well as in the conservationist career. Okay, we have a bunch of these to go through here. Grief survivor, experience grief after death. They'll advance more quickly in Undertaker career and more resistance being afraid of death. Naturalist. As a child, Sim wanted to go on adventures and explore nature. As an adult, they will enjoy time by themselves, and as a result, their social needs will decay slower. Okay, maybe they only pop up when the thing goes longer than the text box. Maybe that's what it is. As a child, this Sim wanted to explore the whole ocean. Obviously, that was a little impossible to do, but they spent a lot of time in it swimming and kayaking. As an adult, they'll be invigorated while on the water and lose less energy needs while on a watercraft vehicle. Okay. Childhood of crime. As a child, this Sim liked to swipe things and dreamed of a glamorous future in crime. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in criminal. Crafty kid. As a child, the Sim spent a lot of time making things. As an adult, they will advance more quickly in the papercraft skill, as well as in the painter and art critic careers. Okay, so as an adult, they can still do papercraft. That's cool. Danger kid. As a child, this Sim wanted to push themselves and live dangerously, prove to the world how rough and tumble they were. As an adult, they've acquired a resistance to food poisoning from spoiled food, won't get scared as easily, and they can better endure extreme heat and cold. Guess that risky behavior paid off this time. Established image as a child. As a child, this Sim challenged themselves to establish their own image and fashion. As an adult, they would advance more quickly in the style influencer career. Okay, that's different. That's interesting. Everyone's little helper. As a child, Sim wanted to be extra useful and help out with cleaning and caring for the house. As they get older, they'll advance more quickly in teen and adult part-time careers. Expanded taste buds. As a child, the Sim was very interested in trying food from all over the world. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in gourmet cooking. All right, here, let's zip down here, see how many of these we got. Was a best friend, thoughtful child, super sibling, spy kid, rough and tumble, rebelled against authority, ran a club as a kid, practically a fish, played doctor as a kid, a pet friend, naturally disciplined, natural survivalist, morbidly curious as a child, miniature photographer. As a child, this Sim really wanted to be a successful photographer. They even made some money doing it. As an adult, they'll advance more quickly in the freelance fashion photographer career. Alright, that's interesting. Little enthusiast. So they were just okay. As a child, Sim decided to embrace being an enthusiast and invested in their interests. As an adult, they'll be bored for a shorter period of time when bored. There's so much to think about. Okay, that's just a all-in-one type thing. A little techie. Learn from the past. Befriended a ghost. No, thank you. Not in this playthrough. An artist. Painting, freelancer career, horse kid, a musician, swim team member, evil imaginary friend. We're not doing that. Goofball imaginary friend, green thumb as a kid, gardening skill, creative best friend. That's probably the unicorn one. Competitive best imaginary friend. A good student. Sim really wanted to get good grades and be the best student they could in school. As an adult, they'll remain inspired longer, and when becoming inspired, they'll also advance more quickly in the education career and finish their university homework more quickly. Now, that might be something to click on and possibly boost your scholarship chances. You know, I might click on that. Getaway gets you confident, true independence. Made a friend while they were on vacation. They were a fisherman. They fed themselves. I don't know if you can. I don't know yet if this is something you can add to the child while they're still a child. That'd be interesting to find out. So what do we want to do? The photography or the infant caregiver? Well, the thing is there's not a. I know we want to do the photographer thing. But I don't know yet if we're doing the fashion photography yet. You know, we're probably going to have to just at some point when we get close to making a magazine, maybe that's part of what it is maybe she went to get some photos of people for a magazine. You know, and one of those is like, you're not filming the people we need you to film. You know, we need models, not, fatso people. Because that's the way they'd be talking like that. It's like, these people you're photographing won't fit into the clothing. Something like that. I don't know. But that's the idea. One of the ideas behind her wanting to rebel against them and start her own magazine to be more inclusive. There's a lot to think about. Rebelled against authority. Yeah, but now that's possibly kind of like her, but I don't know. If I knew I was going to pick one of these, I'd have, had a chance to think about it. She's an only child, so she can't be a super sibling. And she's not supposed to have a good relationship with her mother, at least not until recently with the little sort of makeup session with the cake. Oh, oddly enough, if anybody was watching the other day when they were making the lemon cake with the lemon pie filling in it, it's funny because 2 days later in the break room they had some of that from the, every once in a while we'll get something that's like marked down that nobody bought. And they just happen to have that in there. I work in a grocery store. If you don't already know that. I'm a hairdresser who is not currently practicing because I refuse to do hair in a country where somebody could be sitting in my chair and out of nowhere somebody's going to come in and kidnap them and accuse them of things that may or may not be true. I'm not doing that. Either I get to do hair for everybody or nobody. And I'm not, and a lot of the people who sat in my chair over these past 10 years, turns out they voted for those people. So I pretty much don't have my clientele anymore because I wouldn't be welcoming of them to sit in my chair. I thought they were my friends, but those are not my friends. And they don't need to know that, but, And if you voted for those people, you're not my friend. I don't support thug tactics to run a country. And I'm totally behind what the Pope said. You can't be pro-life for one thing and not pro-life for another. And when you got a politician going on a news show saying, let's just euthanize the homeless people, that ain't good. You cannot be pro-life for babies to get them born and then not give a frickin' damn about them after that. In any capacity. And that's the problem. Oops, you got pregnant, have the baby, but we're not helping you in any way. So that's what I've got to say about that for now, and I'm done. They're not interested in helping anyone, ever. If it involves their money, nope, you can't have my money. I'm just going to click this child caregiver thing, maybe. Well, technically, I can't really click that. Because she's only just now going to do the babysitter thing. Well, I don't know. Did she play with dolls? I mean, she might have played with dolls. Maybe she played with dolls. because now that I reread that, it was about the fact that they played with dolls. Did they have dolls? Did she have a dollhouse? Maybe she was outside pretending like sticks were dolls if she didn't have them at home. I don't know. All right. Maybe she was talking to the butterflies and pretending she was playing house. I don't know. Anyway, we're going to click this. All right. Formative moments. A child caregiver. Can we have more than one? Formative moments are goal-based challenges that your child sim discovers as they explore and interact with the world and other sims. Suggested challenges can be made active, and completing active challenges give reward traits that confer bonuses when your child sim grows up to be a teen and beyond. If your sim needs some inspiration, just select the take on a formative challenge interaction on themselves. There is a limit to how many suggested or active challenges are available for your sim, but challenges can be discarded at any time. Okay, that looks like it's under the aspiration part. Don't worry if your adult sim missed out on formative moments. The reward traits can be purchased from the reward store, or a free one can be obtained by recall a lost formative moment on your adult sim. A phone call from a friend or nearby child sims may also cause a sim to recall a lost formative moment. Okay. Well, let's save, because that just happened. Okay, so we can buy another one if we want to. I don't know how many we're allowed to have, though. Did it say we have a limit of how many, or... I don't want to accidentally pick the wrong ones and then can't get rid of them. You can buy a cow plant. Okay, is that what that is? Okay. Come on, I want to know if I can keep the milk. Yes, I can keep the milk. But will you be here if I come back to this empty lot? Because nobody lives here right now. What's our handiness skill? Barely any. That's from making a friendship bracelet. So the question will be, will this cow be here the next time we come back?
Oh, lady creature.
Don't you be kicking me. You're not a horse. Don't you fart on me either. Oh, looks like the ball game's on. Football. Football. I mean, we're well past the time for it to start. Okay, must have clicked on the wrong one. That's what happens when they had, was it Monday night, they had two different games, or whatever day that was. Sunday night. Whatever night it was, they had two different ones, so there was two different streams going. So now I don't know which one to click on Westwood One. There we go.
Beboppa. Imbliffa. Barappa. Shishooby.
Oh, you like that one? Cool. So if this is possible, I could make a petting farm type thing. And I could get the sheep, I could get the lamb, just go to the petting farm and, kind of like a store. Go get what you need, even though you don't own it. You don't mind getting another milking, do you? I just want a little bit more, so I go put it in my fridge. Good girl. Good girl, Daisy. That's it. Yeah, good girl. Thanks a lot. All right. All right, now you go back in your thing and you stay there. Don't come out now. Be a good girl. Don't let anybody steal you. You're my secret. See, now at least this coop is fenced in a little bit. I don't know if the fox can get in here or not, but I mean, in reality, there's nothing keeping the fox out, but I mean, you telling me a fox can't crawl through that? Oh. All right, time out. I'm gonna go get my coffee warmed up. Lay down, buddy. Lay down. Buddy, you need to lay down. I know you like whatever it is you think I've got. But you ain't getting it. You need to lay down, dog. This is my bowl of yellow goo. You can't have any. Unless I give you some. I only have this because it was in the markdown aisle, and since I was in vacation shopping mode, I figured, what the hell, I'll buy a brick of store brand Velveeta for like $1.25, you know? What's the worst that could happen? I eat just this amount of it and not the rest. So I melted a bowl of it. And I'm going to put my store brand white cheddar Cheez-Its in it because I don't have anything else to dip in it. You say that like you're complaining about it or something, like that's a problem. No, it isn't. Other than the fact that it's keeping me from touching my mouse. Okay, so you're coming and going on your own. Okay, let's go back to the other one and see if the chickens are there. Now, I also bought a big bag of tater tots, so I could do something with my tater tots and some of my cheddar sausages. Okay, now let's go back to the other one. Okay, the cow's still there. There's the chickens. Well, we're going to leave you alone. What? Maybe the chickens are in the way. Okay. Chickens gotta be out of the way. Oops. I wish I'd stop making noises that sound like a damn little dog barking.
He's a Shibu. Woohoo! A Normaloo. Galippo.
Okay, I have the option of building on this lot. Okay, so all the upgrades are done. Okay, we don't have an auto clean.
Oh, look.
What are we complaining about now? Okay, we need to get home with this milk, so let's get home with it.
Whew. Ah, this is good.
Hey, Freebird. Let's get our free milk into the fridge. Now, if we go to make a smoothie, we have milk or egg. Well, we're on the second episode. I did the in episode 270. I did the the quote unboxing of the new pack. We got the smoothie, the blender here, so these are the smoothies we're able to make. An apple spinach energizing. We got a carrot vegetable, focus on archery and handiness and things like that. We have the purge sequence, which basically is evacuate your body and then you won't have to go poop for a while. that's probably helpful to the people who play with needs turned on and all that. You know, and they gotta go to work for several hours. Something like that. We've got the Vitamin Focus smoothie, which I guess it's a little focusing. It doesn't specify it, but I imagine it's focusing. A fruit, a vegetable. The berry banana that we don't have bananas blitz smoothie. So you can use a fruit, preferably a plantain. And you can use a berry or berry jam. This one lets you use jam. You've got the Rocky Balboa Special with eggs for athletic protein. You've got the Slim Fast. You've got the meal replacement peanut butter one without peanut butter in it. Oh, hi, Potato. I'm gonna have to see about who Caroline is. We do have pause on, right? Yeah, that's paused. So that must be the one. In case anybody else wants to check that link out. And while we're at it, where's my... Oh, that's right. It's on the one key. Oh, I was looking up to see if, because I thought I saw in, somebody was flipping through a magazine on YouTube the other day that I was watching from possibly 1981, and it was something like Slim Fast, but it wasn't called Slim Fast, so I think it was one of these, this dietine shake thing. So I'm going to pretend that that's what she's making if she makes this one. Well, some of my builds might be okay. Then again, I got to put more effort into them if I'm going to have somebody touring them. Because I'll be like, oh, look at this plain old Jane thing. Look, this is my 80s house. If I was gonna make an 80s house for real, I'd make my 8 Mile house. Yeah, I grew up just north of 8 Mile. Yeah, I mean, this is basically almost the house I grew up in. I mean, we had the table here, we had the back door here, the kitchen spot, it wasn't quite this big. You know, like the stove was here, The fridge was over here. The counter was here with the wall. The bathroom was right here. We had a bedroom here and a bedroom here. And a living room here. And then there was a staircase right here going down to the basement. And the house, before my parents had it, when it was built, like after it was built, they picked up the house, put it in the backyard, dug a basement, and then put the house back on top of it. Well, it's crazy, but it happened. I built that house in Sims 2 and had placed several. I had like 2 different copies of it. I had one copy from the later years we were in there when the house was a beige color and the garage door was brown type thing, and we had like brown porch poles. And then the I'm currently over in San Sequoia. Oops, I gotta put pause on. Yeah, I didn't really make a lot of changes to this interior. I just added some furniture. But yeah, this is the house that's in San Sequoia. I kept the windows. The only thing I did was move the windows a little bit because I wanted to move this window down, and I wanted to add the curtains. Yep, growing together. But yeah, it's, I've been trying, for the most part, I've just been trying to make it as close to early 80s as possible with what I have. You know, so in the late 70s, early 80s, you came to my house, you would have saw this. You would have saw big, broken black and white TV, and then small. This was like the size of our first color TV, maybe a little bigger, and it was the kind that had the buttons down the side. I got this one on the wall over here. It's as close to old school as those come. And then, I've got the... Okay, we got that kind of phone. And it's rotary, so I had a rotary phone. My grandmother had the rotary phone. And then there's also the other one. The telephone that's in a little like briefcase looking one. This thing. This broken phone. My grandmother had one of these hanging on the wall. This rotary kind. So I have used a rotary phone in my life. Hell, I don't think it was until we got a phone kind of like these that we had touch tone. You know, it's like we had rotary phones, and then on TV you'd see like they're all using these phones, but they've got all the buttons on them instead, so you can put somebody on hold, and then it's like we had the phone, you know, like sitting here in the hallway. It was this kind of phone, but it had buttons on it, and it was like on the wall here. And then my brother was a teenager before me. Yeah, when we finally had call waiting, it was like, it would go beep, beep, and then you'd have to push a button, but you didn't know who was calling. Hell, we didn't have caller ID until probably like late 90s or something. It's like, you didn't know who was calling. You had to answer it. Unless you had an answering machine, and even then we didn't have an answering machine for a long time. My dad had one at his place in the after 1985, but well, I personally never had a beeper because nobody was calling me. Hell, I didn't get my first cell phone until 2013 because nobody was calling me. I mean, if it wasn't my mom trying to call me, there was no reason for me to have one. I don't have any real life friends. Until I started being a hairdresser, then I had to have a phone. And most of my conversations on that were Facebook. You know, I handled my business through Facebook and through Facebook groups. So it was less likely for people to call me. And now that I don't do the hairdressing, I don't answer my phone unless I know who's calling me. With all these, oh, hi, Thane. Yeah, all these scam calls and all that. It's like, nope, I don't trust you. And half of them these days will say scam likely, and the other, well, too bad, I'm not expecting your phone call. Well, I'm 49 years old, so since Sims 1 came out, yeah, we had the phone on the wall. Well, it would have been like right about here where the wall was, and the bedroom was over here, and the bathroom was here. And when my brother started getting phone calls, because he was a teen and would get phone calls, well, we had to get the really long phone cord because he'd be stretching the phone down the hall into the bedroom and talking for like an hour or more. There's like, yeah, you're literally a phone cord where you could wrap yourself up in it, and if you're not careful, you could tangle yourself in it and can't get out, because them pigtail curlicues things, you know, they don't unwind if they get tangled. Buddy, stop. Now, I haven't completely finished making this house simply because I was kind of rags to riches this one, where, you know, I was doing the bare minimum while they were doing these part-time jobs. Yeah, look, those things can kill you. I mean, now they make the keychains out of it for going around your wrist. Yeah, I don't think we had wallpaper. Or if we did, it got removed. We had tile like this in the kit. Here, now we got a little bit more money. Let's extend our tile. Yeah, that's more like what at least in the late 70s before it got removed and replaced. That's what the tile was like. You know, something like this. The old linoleum tile or whatever it was called. You know what? Let me see if I can find that. Nope, not on here. Oh yeah, my old quotes. I had a page with me, my birthdays, and my 2 Little League photo, like, things. I had it on here, but I don't remember, oh, that's how I used to look, you know, back, when I was 28. You know, my old, that's around the time I got Sims. That's back when I got skinny the first time after I worked at the gear place and lost weight. I lost like 40 pounds and got that slim. I ain't been that slim since. This was about 2000. That's from my trip to New York and my ship's photos. Let's see, does the music still play? It probably only plays if I have the gizmo to play it. There was music on here. My, oh, did I do that? I've been to about 80 lighthouses, about 50 in Michigan and 30 in New England, 1 in South Carolina. This one here, I actually put together 2 photos because in order to get this photo, I had to stand on top of a sand dune and like take 2 different pictures and then put them together. And my Connecticut and Rhode Island. Massachusetts. More Massachusetts. Cape Cod. I believe I've had the lobster stew. I have not been to Florida. The furthest south I've been is Warner Robins. Well, okay, the furthest down I-75 I've been is Warner Robins, Georgia. And then the furthest south technically would be Savannah, Georgia. Because that other freeway goes on an angle slightly southeast. I went over to Savannah and then up to Hilton Head. And when I was at Hilton Head, I got this picture. Cool story, though. This is when you watch the golf around Easter, right after the Masters, they go to the golf course that's right here at Harbor Town. And this is it's not an old lighthouse. It was built fairly recently. And at the top of this lighthouse is a gift shop. I went up there and I was buying some souvenirs and stuff for my family. And since my dad was into golfing and I'd watch golf with him, there was a poster of the 18th green that had this lighthouse in it. And I wanted that poster, but they only had one left on the wall. And it was behind a glass, square, like the glass rack where it's like, cube style with dress shirts or shirts and stuff like you'd see at a department store. And the lady at the gift shop is like, well, if you can help me get that off the wall, you can have that one. So it's like I got like a $20 poster for free, just because I was able to get the poster off. And it was a little bit of a scratch and dent special because it had some like tears and stuff in it, but nothing a blue marker couldn't fix. Which, considering back then it cost like it's in a like gated community to get back in there, and you literally had to pay at a guard shack to get in there. And back then, we're talking 2000, it was like $15 to get in there. Like, okay, free poster. Well, I got my money back. Yeah, Florida is one of the few states east of the Mississippi I haven't been to. I've not been to North Carolina. I've not been to Vermont. I haven't done any of the Gulf states. Let's put it that way. I haven't been to Louisiana or Mississippi or Alabama or Florida. And then I haven't been to North Carolina or Vermont. All the other ones I have been to east of the Mississippi. And then west of Mississippi, I flew to Salt Lake, and my friend in Salt Lake drove me over the Nevada border. And that's all. Which is still like 24 states, so, I got half the country. But Haven't gone to Texas. If I ever go to Texas and I'm still able to eat like a pig, I'm going to Amarillo and I'm going to eat that steak. I might fail, but I'm going to go there, and I don't know how much it's going to cost then. It'll probably be like $200 by then. But okay, I don't know what yeah, I don't know what I did with that other page link, but somewhere. Anyway, I had that page, but I don't have it no more. Oh, I used to have this at the basement in the old house. I used the train set to display all my lighthouses. I use the lighthouses as the houses. So I was virtually playing The Sims, right? You know, build a town. Okay, the dog is looking at me weird. I think I need to let him out. I know he wants my food, but I'm not taking any chances because he's been, I don't feel like cleaning anything up right now, so. So we're gonna not take any chances. Yeah, I'm gonna beat you up until you go outside, okay? How about that? Okay, folks, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go warm up my coffee. And when I come back, especially since there's some people watching, I'm going to make my house that was just north of 8 Mile. Okay. Can... Oh. Oh, can you see what I was doing? Do you mean the one I was flipping, that I saw somebody flipping through, or the ones I make? This ain't working. What's going on with this? Well, if I can get it to load, it won't let me click on it all of a sudden. Okay, you're not looking at my Facebook. Okay, for some reason it won't let me click on this button. I can't get in if it won't let me click continue with Google. Oh, that's well, you know what? I might not be able to flip through the thing, but I can show some of the pages that I've made. I don't know why I'm not able to click on this right now. It must be something to do with them. Either that, or I'd have to. There, you know what? Let's try. What is it? Settings. There we go. Alright, so, back in January, I use this Flip HTML5 site because it lets me use just JPEG images and stuff, and other ones that I was looking at with free features, it was like wanting PDFs and crap like that, and I'm like, I don't know how to do that crap. I don't have Adobe and all that. I make what I make using Microsoft Paint and pictures from, I got different screenshots and things from The Sims and, screenshots that I've taken and things like that. But the first one we worked on was the April issue back in January and February when I first started the series. and I came up with some article titles and I added my over time, I added my disclaimer page. The articles are fake. Don't be reading my magazine. If somehow somebody finds this, because I can't stop them from publishing it. You know, it's like, I got an article about, you know, can you lose weight eating peas for, you know, and it's like, I can't have people doing that thinking these are real articles. And then my thumbnail that I made back then. And then I came up with some laundry advertisements. I found that I could put these laundry bottles on top of these and made a scene out of it. And they got a teddy bear on it, so I came up with the name Baby Bear because it's just right. And then I kept, for the different issues, I've been making different ones of these. And then when the clutter kit came out with the hair dryers, I made this advertisement. It doesn't match the hair dryer she's using, but hey, it's professional quality for a, drugstore price. And then April showers, raincoats, and then these kind of look like they're waterproof, so I put together some pastels. And then it took me, I had to Google like something to call these things, and I'm like, that it wasn't already taken. Oh yeah, golly hoppers. Galoshes, and you hop in the puddles with them. Now that recent kit gave us more of these, that aren't on, that you don't have to wear, so I can set those up and take pictures of them if I want. These I had to put on mannequins and put them up on a platform to get the camera level enough with them to get the picture. Kind of like these people back here. And then some of these are images from the game, like this is a poster in the game that I borrowed. And then I was going to do a whole article on, testing the nail polish, doing everyday activities. I only got that far. And then I started doing the article about cooking together with your significant other. At the time, these two were dating. Now they're fiancés. She's our romance writer. Romance, relationship, wellness, yoga, all that stuff. But, so there you are, about to gather leftovers, wondering, has the fire for making a meal for your special someone gone out? Or perhaps you would love to share an evening in the kitchen with your new date, but neither of you knows how to cook anything fancy. Maybe you're a great cook, but your darling is a novice and you want some more beginner-friendly ideas that any rookie can accomplish. And then I had her this was right after the milk cartons came out in that event. Well, I've collected magazines before, Allure and things like that. I had a huge, before I moved out of that house in the 80s, from 8 Mile, I had spent a lot of my, my grandmother, after she passed, I spent way too much of the inheritance on magazines from eBay. All I wanted was to collect Allure magazines, and I ended up with like 1,000 magazines. And trying to get one magazine, and you got to buy like a lot, like a bundle. Yeah, I ended up, after moving up to this town and trying to clean something and purge before I went back to school, I ended up just donating to some couple that came around with a trailer for recycling them or whatever. Just to get them out of my brother's shed, because by then they had been in the shed for a few years, getting all hot and steamy and whatever. So it's like, well, they're worthless now. Didn't even really get a chance to look through them, but I have subscribed to the different magazines before, back in 2000. it's, I have a love-hate relationship with them, because it's like, the crap that they tell women, but then again, I also I'm into the beauty stuff. It's like the psychological crap that they torment people with, but at the same time, hey, what kind of new lipstick do they got or whatever? I don't wear it, but the colors are nice. And then I didn't quite finish that article. Then we had she met Marcus Flex while going to the gym to write her article. This is Cassandra Elaine Powers. Sorry about that. It does that. We're back. It's probably because there's so many people all of a sudden. It's like, oh, we can't handle this many people. Cassandra is named after two ABBA songs. She's named after the song Cassandra and the song Elaine. And then, because I had put the name into the Sims name randomizer thingy to get a last name, the first one that popped up was Powers. Well, in the early 80s, there was a fitness chain called Elaine Powers. So I was like, oh my god, the fate. Cassandra Elaine Powers, our fitness writer. But she met Marcus Flex at the gym. He was training her and so she's now engaged to him for the second time, because he's not easy to... Alrighty, see you when you get back. He's not easy to... He's non-committal. And she's got the jealousy thing going. So. But, this is one that I kind of finished because it's a quick one to do. During a recent trip to Windenburg, I visited the local gym called the Harbor Quarter. If you're ever in the area and need a workout, I recommend a session there. They have all the equipment, plus everything that's new. While I was getting my steps in on the treadmill, I heard what sounded like slapping noises. When I turned to look, I saw some folks sparring with some boxing punching bags. I couldn't resist giving it a try, so as soon as one opened up, I slipped on the gloves and began to swing. Soon after, a friendly voice asked if I wouldn't mind if they helped me. He introduced himself as Marcus, one of the trainers. I had already taken a few bad swings, so I gladly accepted. First, he helped me get taped up, and then showed me some better stances. He talked about balance and proper breathing. I was amazed by how much went into just hitting a bag, but it made sense. As a fitness writer, I visited my share of gyms, but I hadn't noticed this particular piece of equipment being used. Marcus said that it's been around, but only recently started to trend, especially with the ladies. He added that boxing training is a good all-around workout, and depending on what your goal is, you can tailor your regimen to it. It's great for cardio. You'll build strength. If you're someone who has balance and coordination issues, you'll benefit. Also, if you ever have the urge to hit something, here's your chance. Knock out stress and go the distance to win the fitness fight. I'm not a professional writer. And then we've got the shopping type thing, like and I went with the prices that are in the game. The Contender, and then I named them after font types. The Impact type, and then the Franklin. But, before you begin, I recommend that you consult your doctor to see if this type of regimen is right for you. I would also advise going to a local gym and getting proper tips from a trainer. But if you're eager to lace up the gloves and start swinging, here's some of the equipment you should have on your shopping list besides the bag. Boxing shoes, boxing hand wrap tape, boxing gloves, protection for your head, groin, mouth, because you might accidentally hit yourself or the bag might hit you or, whatever. You might hit somebody else. And then I listed all the gyms like a directory would, I checked and they all had boxing gloves or boxing bags. So I just wrote all the different, and I even went to the gallery and downloaded the other Maxis gyms that weren't in my game to give them a check. That's one of the few articles that I actually finished. There's only 2 that I finished. They're both in this one. And then I took a picture of Amber here. It was like a movie advertisement or something, whatever that is. These I made. I had downloaded a lot based on what Emma Nicole had said in one of her videos about somebody from the gallery that had made a beauty store. Yes. Okay. She mentioned in one of her videos that she was looking for different beauty related things and found this. Why are we? Okay. So this is Guntsviller 16's build. And when I was inside this build, they had all these facial masks just kind of floating in midair. So I borrowed that, like in a room or something, and then I could paste them somewhere. And, I went to a basement. This was before we had clear walls. And she's standing in front of a pool, but she's in the basement. And then this lady over here is the same person, but she's just wearing sunglasses. And I borrowed that billboard from the game and took their thing and made it say cool, and then shades. And that's a brand of sunglasses now. This was my article that she was interviewing Penny Pizzazz. Now, this is a very long... I didn't finish this. This was I was on vacation that week, I think, that I was working on this, but I was really working on this, and I told the backstory of Penny Pizzazz like it never been told before, and basically the story is, in my game, there is no Rihanna or Posh Spice or, Victoria Beckham. Penny Pizzazz had that haircut. And basically the story goes, if you look over here, she was working at a department store. She had long hair. She got discovered by the department store people to be in their back-to-school ad down here in this little photo. Yeah. So she was discovered. She had long hair. She was like 17 or 18. She did the back to school ad. Then a modeling agency discovered her. A crappy one, but, she was just giving it a try to get some money. And they had strict rules. And basically every time she did a photo shoot, somebody was chopping on her hair and putting more layers and more layers, and she hated it because she couldn't make good braids or anything anymore. And having been on the long hair growing forums for like several years now, this is a big thing. You know, people hate it when hairdressers just chop layers into their hair, even if they tell them not to. So the story goes that she went to this one, and this a designer named Helena Rose was getting photos of her first dress, and Penny wasn't even supposed to wear this. Let's see, where is it? Here, let's open another one of these. Where's my old covers? Not Rivals. Oh yeah, here we go. Our original covers. This young lady here, Haley Miranda McKenzie, was a model and a friend of Penny's. She came to that photo shoot, and she was supposed to wear that dress and go do the catwalk and all that. She had a doctor's note saying she couldn't wear heels, and, well, Star Echelon Modeling, well, their manager said, ripped up the note and said, hit the road, we don't need you. And then they had Penny Pizzazz. They had Penny Pizzazz wear this dress. And then the dude told her, like, okay, we got a photo shoot in a couple days in New York. If you can get there, you'll wear the, you'll do the catwalk there. And they had basically told her, you know, when she tried speaking up about them cutting her hair, like, shut up, you signed the contract. Well, she had to drive there. Well, she was driving up the California coast, probably to get to Highway 80. And along the coast, there was a little, you know, not mom and pop, but mom hair salon in a house, in the garage of the house. And she stopped in at Jeanette's Cut and Curl because she was fed up. She didn't care. She, you know, she's like, I'm done. I don't need to be a model. I don't care anymore. I just want this hair gone. I want to get these layers gone and then grow it back out one length. And she didn't care if she had to get a pixie. And she sat down. Jeanette, you know, like, she had pulled it back into a ponytail and chopped the ponytail off. And when she let it go, Penny's like, you know what? Just neaten that up. I like that. And of course, it's falling into, like, the angle bob. Now, I got a little before picture here. She's got it pulled back into a ponytail. Okay. So, I'll start here. Penny says, I was fed up. There wouldn't be any more layered chops. I wanted them gone. I said, I don't care if you have to give me a pixie, but please get rid of these layers. My hair was already a ponytail when I entered. I asked if I was sure. She asked if I was sure. I sighed and said, yes, I was ready. She grabbed her electric clippers and just buzzed the ponytail off at the top of my neck. I learned afterward that's called a nape. I think we all did. You know, because it became famous. I took pictures from the game. As you can see, I got one right here. Left space for writing. I'm in Microsoft Paint. and I added text. See, I got all the, like, it's just a JPEG image with text on it. The trick is you figure out the overall size of one page or two together. In this case, my sizing is 792 tall by 612 wide, or 1224 wide for 2 pages. Or you figure out the halfway point, so it could be, was it 396 for a half a page? And basically what I sometimes do will make, like, let's say I had this. Well, it's 1224 by 792. Okay, I need to split this in two. Alright. Zoom this over here. And I'm looking at the little number in the corner that's moving. And I put it on 612. And I save this as 1/2. Then I go undo. And I come over here, zoom it this way, and save it as the other half. Undo. Once I do that, on this site, because it lets you use JPEG images, and I got a bunch of extras here, so I'll there's a half. There's a half. Then let's oops, we're one and now I've got a 2-pager. And I just got extras so I can just replace them instead of having to click upload. They also have tools over here, but sometimes I go in here and click on something. It's like, oh, well, you have to upgrade to the paid whatever to do this. And like, nah, I'm good enough on messing with my Microsoft Paint. It's free. So, basically, she knew she was going to get fired because she cut her hair. She didn't care anymore. She didn't want to be a model. She didn't like the fact they fired her friend like that. But what happened was, she gets there, and the dude wasn't around, so she went in the dressing room, got ready. This is another Helena Rose dress, one of her first. And that's what she was there for. Helena Rose had hired the agency to take some photos of her dresses during some modeling shoots and whatever. And, well, to have her models wear the dresses at the photo shoots. Well, they weren't there yet. where are we? Let's make sure I'm, here, I'm going, now you all can see how I've got this going. Let me open up the bigger version so y'all can probably see that a little better. So, okay, so Penny says, when I arrived at the show, I figured I was going to get the axe as soon as I reached the dressing room, but none of the agency managers were in there. The stylists and dressers were shocked, but if they had something to say, they weren't sharing it because they knew she was going to get fired. But none of the agency managers were in there. Blah, blah, blah. They dressed me in the now famous black cherry dress. Okay. Football game. Blocked extra point. The now famous cherry dress by Helena Rose. And off I went to walk the catwalk. Just as I was about to step up and out, I heard the manager exclaim, "Hey, you!" But I just hurried out there. I was appalled to discover the show hadn't started. I stood there abashed. All I saw were empty seats and photographers setting up. I could feel my nerves tightening. But then a voice called out, "Well, you came out that far, you might as well strut your stuff, gorgeous." So I sheepishly strolled down the runway to the end and stopped. I had not had much training on catwalk strutting, nor proper turn posing, so when I reached the end, I just sort of paused. Okay. A few years later, some of the photographers began to send me prints of photos that had never been published. You know, like these here. So she's able to show, you know, she's sharing these photos with Dana, so she can put them in this magazine 10 years later during this catching up interview. I was standing there like an actress who forgot the next line when I heard the voice again, this time from directly in front of me. "That is the snazziest, most alluring haircut I've ever seen. Makes me wish I had longer hair so I could chop mine." "So what are you going to do now, darling? The floor is yours." I suddenly felt as though I couldn't feel the floor beneath my feet. I had no idea if it was appropriate model behavior, but I put on quite a show. They all loved it. The flashbulbs twinkled everywhere. It was in that moment I knew I wanted more. When I finished my dance, the lady hopped up on the platform with me and said, "You look amazing in that dress." I said, "I love this dress. I wish I could buy it." To which she replied, "You're in luck, darling, because I don't want to see anyone else wear that dress. It's yours." My jaw dropped. "I'm Helena Rose. I believe this is the second time you've worn one of mine. You got that something special." I don't get inspired easily, but I'm already thinking about what you're going to be wearing for me next. You head on back and get ready for the real show. I can't wait to see how stunned everyone is when you do your walk. I hugged her and thanked her and floated back down the runway. Okay, that's the split version. Okay, and then there's Helena up on the stage with her. I'm forever grateful for what she said and to the photographer who sent me the photos of our meeting. Indeed, it was only the beginning. I was in heaven. Then as I began to head down the rear steps, I was brought back to earth with a boom. Did you enjoy yourself? I hope so, because you're not going to enjoy the talk we're going to have in a bit. But first, you're going to finish the job I'm paying you for. Get in that dressing room and let those other laggards earn their keep. Then you're going out there and you will act professional. If you have any clue what that means, you giddy dimwit. My knees turned to rubber as I remembered my fate was already sealed. I couldn't move, but then someone grabbed my elbow and tugged me into the dressing room. She didn't say anything. She just sat me down and tidied me back up. I could hear the music start up just as she finished. She glanced at me in the mirror and gave me an understanding smile. She walked me to the door and I was on my way once again. I don't know how to act like a stone-faced statue, but I didn't need to act. It's all I could feel. I saw no positive end in sight. I reached the end and did my best hand on the hip pose while choking back my emotions. In the tiny rear corner of my mind, I wondered if I was being noticed the way Miss Rose was expecting. Would it matter? My modeling career was over anyway. It's funny, though. Every time I see this picture, I'm awestruck by it. I can feel a chill in my heart. I'm the Tin Man with no oil. Would anyone help me? How could they? I knew the rules. I broke them. Thank you. If I could ever figure out that fill in the middle of the book part, I could write books. This story is basically, this whole series since January is me filling in the middle part. It takes forever. But it happens. I was so dazed that I don't vividly recall the bright flashes, but I do remember it more like being surrounded by fireflies. A swarm. I faintly recall hearing Helena attempting to tell me something. I glanced her way, and in my mind I may have smiled at her, but my face didn't show it. I spun the 180 and made the return trip. As I reached the hallway, I paused for a moment. I didn't see him yet. Then a bright flash hit me like lightning. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you. I couldn't help myself. I just started my new magazine and I'm looking for my first cover model. I'm having trouble getting any of the names. Another voice interrupted. Excuse me, but this young one and I have business to discuss elsewhere. Just so everybody knows, my chat is on my cell phone off to my left, currently being held up by one of them gizmos, one of them little pincher gizmos. So I don't see the chat right away. I have to kind of, okay, but then again, you know, I'm thankful that there's actually something going on the chat, because usually there's not, except recently with Freebird and, kind of checking in once in a while lately. So I appreciate that, but it's not often happening, so if you're watching right now or in the future, thank you for watching. I do appreciate it. He led me to the dressing room and then said, "Well, I hope you're not as ignorant as you look. What did I tell you the other day? I'm sure you remember. I call the shots. Did you really think you could get away with doing that to your hair?" No. I can see it in those cold eyes. You knew this was coming. You want out. Well, you have your wish. Just a few notes. You're not getting paid for today. Also, I hear you were given that dress. Your contract states that all gifts or royalties are subject to my approval and are subject to confiscation. You there, help her out of my dress and box it up. I want it waiting in my car in 5 minutes. I was about to erupt in tears when I heard that voice again. You hold it right there, Jack. You forget that we also had a contract. It states that I get to say in who wears my dresses, that I retain all rights over them. I can't stop you for firing this beautiful young lady for whatever it is she'd done, but I'm terminating my contract with you and yours. I'll pay what I owe for the remaining show, but I won't be using your services for it. With that, he stammered out of the room. As he left, that lady from the hallway entered. She said, I overheard from outside the door. I'm sorry, dear. Some of them agents are downright sleazy. Helena added, They sure are, but don't you fret. We're going to help you get sorted. What's your name, darling? I answered, Penelope Parsons. She said, No, that won't do. You are a penny, a nice bright shiny one. And you certainly have that special something. What's it called? Oh yeah, pizzazz. Your penny pizzazz. The other lady added, How about we get you your first magazine cover, Miss Pizzazz? Hi, I'm Beatrice Ullbright. I just founded Beauty, a magazine for people who are beautiful being themselves, not counting that one that just left. I burst out laughing as the tears fell. Through the flood, I said, But I don't have an agency to work for. A third voice spoke up. Leave that to me. I've already got the paperwork filed. I'm opening my doors in San Sequoia next week. I've already contacted every model those jerks have fired in the past year, and they're eager to sign with me, including your friend Haley. There's plenty of work for her that doesn't require heels. Here's my card. I'm Chantel Rice of the Flamingo Modeling Agency. I guarantee you in front of these witnesses that I'll always offer you a fair deal or better. My goal is for my models to succeed, even if that means they find new homes, like other agencies, You all deserve the best for the hard work you do. Any special rules? I asked. Only the kind that other businesses have about being on time and such. There are no weight or size clauses. We'll just do a measurement occasionally to make sure we let the designers know if they need to make adjustments to the fashions. That's not an issue for you, is it, Miss Rose? Not at all, she responded. Dana says, "Wow, I'm speechless. Thank you so much for sharing that. I hope our readers appreciate you opening up about it. That was such a roller coaster ride. I never knew Beatrice helped launch your career. Did you have any more trouble with Star Echelon?" "No. They managed to keep their doors open for a few years after that, but I heard through the grapevine that they just couldn't stop firing their models, and word got around. They may have lost a lot of contracts when they couldn't replace their models on short notice. I could be wrong. I would like to say one thing, though. He was right. I had signed a contract to be a model, and that often means doing as you are told. It sucks when it's not a change you want to make, but it is part of the job. Unless you get lucky and find an agency like Flamingo that had a different approach. We had a say. Signing Chantel's contract was such a relief, knowing I was free to grow my hair out. But I wasn't expecting what happened. Chantel tagged along as I drove back along the coast and through Brindleton Bay. Jeanette's salon was closed and she didn't appear to be home, but we stopped at the beach for a bit to catch some fresh air. Chantel took this picture of me. She said it would be for the headshot portfolio for now, at least until we did some proper ones. When we arrived back home in San Sequoia, she gave me a quick tour of the office. She told me to rest up for a week or so, and then she would let me know when she was ready for me. I wasn't in a rush anyway, but I must admit I was a bit skeptical that she would already have work for us that soon after opening. Just 2 days later, she called me and asked me to come by. Somehow word got out that she was opening, and she already had some advertisement jobs lined up. First up for me was an ad for Rocket Thrift Store. There might be some who wouldn't want the model for such a store, but I was thrilled. I spent a lot of time in their stores. I got lucky many times with finding cute dresses there. I'll never forget that week. I'd go to a photo shoot, and by the end of it, another company wanted me to do their ad. It seemed like no matter how Chantel arranged the portfolio, they would flip through and find my picture and request me. Why me? The other ladies were beautiful and had experience. Why not Haley? I felt bad that she wasn't being chosen, but she seemed to shrug it off pretty well. She seemed more interested in helping Chantel anyway. It wasn't long before she was given a management position. Well, this is good practice for that. I mean, heck, if anybody has seen any of my previous mashups and stuff, I don't just play games. I come up with stories for why my truck drivers are driving for their companies and whatnot. And then I mash them together with other games, and so I got a little bit of practice. My biggest problem is I know how to start a story, and I know how it's supposed to end. It's just that, well, what do we do now? Like is happening with the current thing that I just started with young Beatrice. It's like, okay, well, how do I know she starts the magazine. How did she get there? I got 17 years to fill. But that's a challenge, And I have to be able to go back to the 2008 and do that story too. So after Rocket, I did the advertisement for Aurora's coffee maker. Was that on the previous page? Okay, I don't have it. Okay, we had, I think I just, yeah. Okay, the Rocket thrift store. She's, posing in front of a vanity while doing her makeup. Penny's first ad, working for Flamingo, Rocket thrift stores, January of 1998. Timeless beauty at retro prices, Rocket thrift stores. The Aurora Brew Perfect 200. Every sip is as good as the first. Penny's second ad with Flamingo, Aurora Appliances Incorporated, January 1998. Penny's third ad, Chloe's Formula, January of 98. Chloe's infant formula, as gentle as your touch. Yeah, I come up with a little bit of advertising, too. You know, if I wasn't 49 years old, can I go back in time a little bit? And give me some money so I can come up with food products and stuff, too. After Rocket, I did the advertisement for Aurora's coffee maker. Then next up was one of my favorites. I got to hold an adorable baby girl in an ad for Chloe's infant formula. Technically, she's holding a boy because I just randomly made an infant, but, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, right? Thankfully, she didn't fuss or wiggle too much. That one was featured in some of the major parenting magazines, as well as some of the lifestyle ones. My mother, although proud of my progress, couldn't resist prodding me to procreate her a grandchild. Dana says, they do that, don't they? Do you mind if I ask if you're wanting a child? Penny, yes, I'm still hopeful one day soon. I'm still hopeful I'll one day soon hold my newborn. My daughter would make a wonderful big sister. Dana, my jaw dropped. Your daughter? You have a daughter? Penny, showing me the beautiful picture. She's my sunshine. One of the reasons I went to work at McAdams was that they have their adoption foundation. I've always known in my heart that I wanted to share my life with a child, even if it meant adopting. When the money started coming in from my breakout, I decided I wasn't going to wait for my own. I put in my adoption application, and soon after I brought home a toddler, who is 8 now. Every day she amazes me with how bright she is. Until now, I've done my best to raise her outside of the public eye. But I realize that eventually someone will catch on. Too many busybody paparazzi out there. Dana says, it is unfortunate. There are a few out there who do respect privacy, but too few. Penny says, I wish they would just let people be. But they have to make a living too. My next sessions were for Clean Bicycles and Perfect Balance Spa. By the third week of January, all of those ads have been published in at least one February issue of a magazine. Clean Bicycles introduces the new Highlander line of bikes, comfort in every pedal. Perfect Balance Spa, because you deserve it. The problem is I'm much too young to feel this damn old. I'm in the wrong body. Period. It's like I'm every day this old man's body gets older and wider and heavier and feet ache more, but damn it, I'm still young. I'm still playing The Sims, damn it. Give me more time. You know? Okay. The next few days after they hit the newsstands, people were already stopping me in public, saying they saw me in them. Some literally had just bought them or had been glancing through them at a checkout line. But what happened next still gives me goosebumps when I recall it. Dana, I'm getting them myself listening to you. Penny, blushing. Well, as I mentioned before, I was shy. Attention was new to me. I never saw myself as anything special. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? I never saw myself as anything special. I had a day off and drove up to Copperdale to sightsee a bit and browse the shops. I came out of one of the thrift stores and these two young ladies came up to me gleefully shouting, "Wow, it's you," one said. "I can't believe it's the one with the haircut from the magazine." The other added, "We just got done at the salon over there. We went to get our hair done and neither of us knew what we wanted, but Elise was flipping through that Blush and Bloom magazine and saw an ad for that coffee maker." The first one stated, "Annabelle said, 'Hey, that's the one right there. I'm getting that.' I said, 'No way, I want that.' Then we looked at each other and said, 'Let's both get it.' They wanted my autograph, but none of us had anything to write on, so we went to the local general store and bought copies of the magazine for me to sign. And then, since I had my camera, I offered to get a group photo of us to email them. I must admit that as excited as I was to be meeting people and having this fun, I could feel a pit in my stomach deepening. I couldn't quite put my finger on why yet, but something was nagging me. When I got back home, my neighbor Mandy had cut her hair like mine. She said she had meant to ask me if I minded at all, but I wasn't home when she knocked and she couldn't resist going. I said it was nice of her to think of me like that, but I was happy that she was happy and hers looked great on her. Next day, I saw a mother pushing a stroller who appeared to have the cut. Okay, did I continue on with this? I was going to. She did. She ended up doing an ad for Cool Shades. And then she was the cover model with both pictures before and after for the first issue of Beauty Magazine. Basically, the gist was the haircut became so popular that she couldn't grow her hair out. It's like, it's your signature haircut. You can't grow it out yet. And then she was going to do one for heat protectant. Sure Smooth heat protectant serum. Pretty polished perfection. And then the picture from the magazine of her wearing this dress. And then advertisement for since this is the the 10-year anniversary, it's all the different Helena Rose dresses, and Penny Pizzazz was the only one wearing these on the covers. I didn't do all the covers, but every time one of these got released, Penny Pizzazz was the one wearing it, and as you can see, this one here. Now, there's not 10 dresses, but every time she made a dress, Penny was the one wearing it. And then as she started growing her hair longer, That's Lily. And then I got different pictures because since she couldn't grow her hair out right away, she started making jewelry and came up with her jewelry line, and that helped her to be able to step back from the modeling a bit, especially around the time that she adopted her daughter. Penny's pendants, and I forget what I called the other thing. Well, I probably wrote it down. Okay. Hair is long, leads to the story about what really happened when Penny cut it. Dana will compliment her on being slim. She replies she doesn't do as much working out as she used to, but she still goes places and does a lot of walking. Has she met anyone special? What's she drinking? Dana's a longtime friend, has always been trustworthy when it came to the questions, never pushy like a gossip rag, so Penny feels comfortable letting her guard down and finally revealing what really happened in her career. Female voice said, "You came out that far, you might as well strut your stuff." The Adora Marshall shoes. Let me see. Do I have a copy of Penny and her daughter? Or do I need to go to the other? Okay, that's Penny. All alone. If not, we'll shoot over into the other story, and we'll check in on Imani. Yeah. So the thing was, is at the time I was writing that, I was constantly like telling the story anyway. So I was like, okay, well, this is what's going to happen, and that's what's going to happen, and then, so it's like I had told the story so many times that it's like I didn't quite get it typed all the way out and make all the pages. Now, I gotta work tomorrow, and then I'm off for 6 days. Or, 6 days? 8 days. Saturday to Saturday. Right? That's 8 days? Because I'm off Saturday, and then I have my vacation week, so I'm off for 8 days. So I might be able to write some articles of some sort, or I'm going to be doing something. Now, I am planning, if I've got enough money, I'm probably going to just go get another laptop so I can start having the chat and stuff on a laptop next to my other laptop here, and stop faffing around with the old cell phone. If anything, I can put the music and stuff on the phone, on my good phone here. And if I do that, I can just have it plugged in over by the thing and not worry as much about it being, drain the battery. But we'll see what's happening because we got this story going too. But I don't know if y'all all saw yesterday's episode, or was it yesterday or the day before? I think it was the day might have been the day before. Let's see. Okay, the day before in episode. Well, I got that wrong. That should be. Anyway, we're gonna load into here. But the event they got going on with that you got to use a kid for and the imaginary friend, it had the optional thing of adopting a cat, and I was getting really frustrated with that because it was my short episode because I had to work yesterday at 7 o'clock in the morning. And I only had like 2 hours to get the episode in. And I'm like, okay, well, you made it optional for me to get this cat. I gotta go get this cat. And I was gonna try to adopt one off the streets in Brindleton Bay. So the story was that, Beatrice currently has this foster child, Riley Slade. And the story was gonna be that Riley found a cat or a kitten and brought it back. And I couldn't get the cats to stay long enough, even with cheating their needs, to get one. And I was, F-bombing and everything. I'm like, I don't have time for this. But I finally came back here and I had the child call the pet adoption agency so that I could have Beatrice up in bed or whatever. And and I had her adopt the kitten. And I can't believe it, but they pop up the box of the different cats available. And I could not believe what are the odds of this? I have a story called Bea uty with Beatrice Ullbright. BEA. The first cat in that box was named Bea. It's a raccoon cat, and it's a kitten, and then the next thing they had her doing was going to Sylvan Glade. So I'm like, okay, she found this kitten, and the mother is dead. And her parents just died. Beatrice can't tell her no. And I turned it into the story bit where Beatrice is telling the kid, because Beatrice is going through cancer treatment, and although she's not going to die because I'm not killing her off, Beatrice doesn't know she's not going to die. So she agreed to take in this foster child because she's helping out the best she can. But if something happens to her, where's this kid going? But she can't tell the kid that. She can't tell the kid, I'm possibly dying when she just lost her parents. So the way she told the kid is, we will keep this cat. We will not get rid of this cat as long as, basically, the only way they're getting rid of that cat is if they find somebody to take care of it. If they can't. If we can't take care of this cat, we will find somebody who can. And then she repeated it to her. If we can't find somebody to take care of this cat, we will find somebody who can. That was her way of telling Riley the same thing about her. As long as Beatrice can find a friend or somebody to take care of that kid, or if she's got to donate all her money to the orphanage to get the size of a high school or something, and the good one, because it's the McAdams orphanage where they're being good to the kids and all that. They just had a capacity problem and couldn't take her in right away. So Allie Lynn asked her, can you at least temporarily foster this child for me? So she probably said something about she's got a few other girls who are about to be adopted, but she's waiting for the process to come through, and just waiting for the paperwork and all that. Right, where are you at, Penny? You down here? Yeah. Penny Pizzazz, you live next to Mr. Bean. And I moved the time traveler guy in with Mr. Bean. Okay, well, I'm gonna go in here where the kid's at. Damn. Man, telling that story really, I get sweaty and all that from reading that thing. I gotta get this hoodie off for a few minutes. Oh, they're in the hallway at the moment. Well, we got Helena Rose here. We got this version of Penny, but right now that's the wrong version. Where are you at, girl? For a minute there I thought she joined the Scouts or something. And since very few people know her name is Parsons, that's how she's been able to keep Penny from, or keep the paparazzi away. Because, everybody knows her as Penny Pizzazz, and this is not Amani Pizzazz. Oh, yeah. So, and then that's Adora Marshall. She's a shoe designer. Is it here or is it in the fashion district? I think it's over in the fashion district. Or is this the fashion district? Oh, there we go. That building, that's the Helena Rose's headquarters, and that's why Penny's on the building. Yes, Mr. Bean. He must not be home right now. Where are you at, Mr. Bean? I could have sworn it said, maybe I need an adult to knock on the door. Now, this is actually one of the last playthrough little bits I did 7 years ago when I first got the game. I played as Mr. Bean, and he was a police officer. Yes, like the Mr. Bean. And him and Penny became good friends back then. Because, you know, why would you be mean to Mr. Bean? Hey, that rhymes. Oh, and one of my early, I have a video from back then. Mr. Bean being Mr. Bean. Can you get that out of my way? Now, this is an old video from my old computer, so, you know, bear with me, folks. It's not supposed to look awesome, but this is just him interacting with a kid at the pirate ship, you know, but it sounds like Mr. Bean. No. Yeah, that's as Mr. Bean as you can get in The Sims. What else did I have? Oh yeah, from Sims 3, my pillow fight to death. Her cat had just died and Grim came to get the cat. A pillow fight to death. Okay, a pillow fight with death. Grim's such a cheater. Oh, look, they're friends now. And then my two videos that I took using the game back. It says 3 years ago, but I played this 7 years ago, and I believe Brooke was possibly Claire Huron was my first sim, wasn't she? Wasn't she yet? I think. All right. Well, before we do that, let's yeah, I don't want to be let's see. Currently Mr. Bean is still he's level 6 detective. He's Sergeant Bean. Cuz yeah, I added the same one that I left off with. So, yep, he's a police officer. He just lives in I think I might have sold all his furniture or something because I think he was living in here. Yeah, I think whoever was living here or whatever, I must have moved him out and sold all the furniture because it's not the original version. Yeah, apparently I can't get the apartment. I could probably try like getting all the rooms if I went to the original that he was living in back then. Here, I want to go back to live mode. Go back to this. Let's go back to where we left off with Beatrice because I don't like leaving my save in a different household than the one that I'm actually leaving off from. I mean, I suppose we could go through and look and check in with everybody and see where they're at for the moment. Dana was living in San Myshuno back at, was it around episode 85 or so? She was living in San Myshuno, but she was supposed to go to the birthday party of her sister, who was then living in Arizona, was having the birthday party of her child, who was about to turn 1. Dana, our fashion writer, had not seen her family in at least 2 years. She had never met her niece. She had never gone to the wedding or met the fiance or now husband. She had not seen her mother and father in 2 years, who I believe lived in New York. I think that's where I have them living. And Dana lives in California. She's a workaholic, and her mom and her mom and dad are like, you better be coming. I mean, again, you're not gonna miss this. You need to be coming. And Dana said, oh, I've got the time off. I'll be there. I've got the plane ticket. I will be there. And come to think of it, I mean, now I remember, because I had gone back and watched the episode again when the accident happened. The dad called her on the phone and said, "You're coming, right?" And she said, I was, but didn't you hear? There's been an earthquake. And the earthquake damaged planes and stuff at the airport and canceled their flight. Meanwhile, in Arizona, I think I emptied this house unless I put it back in here. I might put a second version. I'm trying to remember. Nope, all the furniture's gone because it went into Dana's inventory after they died. Well, because I had to move them in with her in order for him to keep the urns and all that, because I couldn't do the wills and all that the proper way, but I think I got some pictures that I took. Nope. Well, I know I took some pictures, so let's go to the screenshots album. Because I went back in time and got the pictures. At least I'm pretty sure I did. Yeah, okay, so, there's a picture, a screenshot from the video, and right after the fire, they got the fire out, and Timothy's in the nursery room with the baby. He's the nanny. They've got a closed door. They got the fire out, but there's a part inside the oven because it's an old part that was supposed to be recalled, but the company went bankrupt, and the other one bought it out and didn't quite get all the recalls done and everything. And when the thing caught on fire, the toxic fumes from that part being exposed killed all 4 of them. Now, I was trying to get them killed in the fire, but as you can see, there's no wall preventing them from escaping. So, I had to do the handy-dandy killer rabbit trick. So, the name of the part that went faulty in here is Rabbit Brand. Well, I purposely wanted them to start this fire, because that's how they were going to die. And it turns out that they started the fire. Somehow. I forget if I made it happen, or if it actually happened, but... Because I think I made the thing all dirty, and, tried to purposely get it whatever happened, he actually lit a fire. But anyway, they all died except for Timothy, the nanny, and the baby. So the Frosts and the Dowells all died except for Sydney, the baby, and Timothy Brooks, the nanny. That's after she got to the house. Okay, so I don't have a picture per se of Timothy bringing her off of the elevator while she's getting her mail at the apartment, but that's basically what happened. Okay, 3:20. Let's okay, so a couple episodes back. When did this happen? Okay, okay, she's already got the baby there. She was doing painting. And she's talking to Mr. Bean. Talking to the neighbor who was probably being noisy. That's part of the story right there, is that the neighbors were always being loud. And because they're like both on like the same floor here and above, the downstairs neighbor thought that Dana was being loud all the time and got her evicted after she got the baby. And she needed to find a new place to be. Okay, so we're setting up the fire. And then I was hiding what I was doing because I was trying to set up the fire. I apologize if this is echoey or anything, because, we're listening to a previous stream, but I like going back and looking at these old things and letting y'all relive them with me. the other way, but I was trying to do like the wills and all that, and it wasn't working the way I wanted it, so that's why I was frustrated at this time, but we made it happen somehow. It won't let me do what I wanted to do with the thing, so I'm just going to have to do the other thing, the way I was going to originally do it before I even thought to try it. So they were cooking breakfast, and that started the fire. So if I start F-bombing or something, you know, because it's not going my way. Slow down. Slow down there, Buttercup. Okay, I don't think that worked because we didn't have enough counters. I mean, they'll join in and, like, mentor and crap like that, but they won't, you know, they don't want to cook on the tables and crap. There might be another counter next to the fridge, I don't remember. Probably not going to happen anyway, because, you know, the game's messing with me as it is, so. All, you know, what's the point of even having somebody be somebody's family member in this game? You know, what's the point? You know, you randomly just, you know, you popped up some stranger that had nothing to do with anything and added them. I'm pretty sure I actually got a fire. It just didn't kill them. Yeah, I think I just had him keep cooking until it happened. It's like, next man up. You know, that's why I'm not always building everything, because, like, man, I want some details, damn it. That's why a lot of my stuff is so empty. It's either all or nothing. Take me a couple of months to build things if I'm detailed. There we go. We had the fire. So we had the fire, but they're all running away. So it's like I couldn't get them to die. It's like she's standing way too far away from that fire. There's no way. She ain't gonna do nothing. Lana discovered the fire. Learn more about fears. No, I don't think we have a. I purposely took away all the. Call the fire department stuff. You guys are supposed to be dying, but it won't work. Like, get over there. Get over there and die. He's locked. I locked him in that room. He can't get out. Y'all just stay there. Stay there. Because no matter what happened out here, him and the baby were supposed to be in that room safe. Y'all dead yet? Come on. Oh, we already got her. The fire just burned itself out. Yeah, Oh, yeah, I think I tried. I was gonna put the I was gonna try the bonfire in the house trick, or you know. How long did it actually take me to do this? Because I don't want to take all night. Okay, come on, light a fire. I just realized it. Angelica, their last name is Frost, and I got her. Hey, asshole, get away from the door. Go home, Johnny. She's dressed like Father Winter. Okay, I've had enough. I thought that said killer robot too when I did it. I'm like, okay, bring on the killer robot. Apparently, there's a lot of vicious killer robots in Arizona. And rabbits. Holy hand grenades, Batman. Really pisses me off. I needed to put a wall here, but I was trying to avoid that because then y'all would have seen an obvious wall that wasn't there before. Okay, we're gonna skip this part. No. Shut up. Okay, so then we had to move the ghosts over to Dana's apartment, or move them out, or whatever I did. So you are going to go to Dana's house or apartment with the will that actually says what it's supposed to frickin' say, not people who have nothing to do with anything. I was trying to put Dana on the damn will for independence, but no. Got random people on there. And then kept the furniture. So it all ended up in Dana's inventory. So she had all the cribs and everything. But not right away. We had to pretend that she went and got that a few days later. So this was the moment. I had to, set it up and all that, but... Okay, and Dana knows it. Well, she'll know it anyway in gameplay. But I like the, that she... she had the grief, even though she wasn't there. Got the baby? Baby's lying on the kitchen floor. Okay, dude. Stop watching frickin' TV. Get in here. Wasn't she at work? Oh, well, she's back by now. So that means this kid's gonna know that they all died too. Yep. Because I can't, that kid's extremely sad. She's never met Dana before either. At least, maybe. Maybe knows it. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe go add that. Yeah, so I was setting this up. Dude, I did not tell you to sit down with that baby. Get your ass up. Now, I gotta be careful because they might be able to die from being sad, and she just lost 4 people. It's only showing one of those. Okay, I'm not going to wait around for this. I'm going to go ahead and, where was it? I just had it a few seconds ago. What the hell, is it fact sheets? Oh, I know, sim info. That's right. You're a workaholic, because we were working on that, and I didn't know it was gonna... No, you don't know that yet. You don't know it yet. You haven't received word. Dude, out here. Go here. I need you at the door. No, don't get... That's... Y'all can see I get frustrated, right? Son of a... Just stop. Put the baby down. Put the baby down. You're ruining my story. Pick up the baby. Put the baby out here. I guess you're just not going to do that, huh? You're just not going to? Why is it everything cooperates with me when it's random, but when I actually want something to cooperate with me, no, we can't do that. Can we please have him and the baby out here so they can knock on the fracking door? That's probably... Oh, sure, you'll walk out here with them. By the way, one of the quirks of that baby at that time was it didn't like to be held. Alright, good night, Freebird. Thanks for joining in. Okay, now, can everybody get into positions, okay? So the director can say action. Probably not. Okay, knock knock. Maybe he's like, he hasn't, let's put him over here. Over here. He hasn't come off the elevator yet. She's just now getting notice about the family. Because she wasn't answering her phone. That last time when the dad was calling and she didn't answer it, that was somebody using his phone to try to call her. Oh, a coupon, huh? Is it good for baby care items? Don't forget the little things in life. Don't forget the little things in life, huh? The little things.
Oh,
The
man.
little things. Hi, you don't know me, he has nobody.
She.
Well, that was quick. That was quick. Give me the kid. I'll take care of it. What'd you want to talk to me about? I gotta go now. You were in the will. It was a little hard to read because it was like hastily done, but apparently, originally they had somebody named the Miles household listed, and then somebody named Oswage that I don't think they even knew that person. But apparently you're their only living relative. So you can have the baby. Yeah, call him fruitcake. Oh, man.
What are you, some kind of fruitcake? Giving me a baby out of nowhere?
I can't take care of a kid. What do you...
This is based on the Baby Boom movie, if you've ever seen it, or if you hadn't.
He's only got you.
I literally turned this into Baby Boom.
She's only got you.
I even moved her into the house. I made the house and moved her into it.
See, look. No, it's there in writing. Oh, yeah, that's funny. Yeah, I guess I am the only one. Well, I'm sorry. This is all just sudden. It's not your fault. I appreciate you for bringing her here. I'll see what I can do.
if you need anything. Our
Time out here. This is present day me talking. He was the baby's nanny for a year. For the whole year. Alright, catch you later. Thanks for joining in. It's hurting him to have to give up this baby that he's cared for all this time. And he saved her life and all that. So, he's got emotional attachment to that baby. He would have done anything for her.
We've got a local branch of our nanny service. Yeah. You call them and they can help you out.
Bye. Have a good night. Oh, she's consoling his grief.
No, dude. Okay, you're gonna check to make sure she's got. Okay, he's gonna come in here and. I know. He's gonna offer to. Order a delivery. Grocery delivery. Yeah. He's going to stock the fridge with milk.
By the way, I mentioned earlier that I was going to come back from getting coffee and build my house that I grew up in. We won't quite get to that tonight, but since I mentioned it, at some point in the next few days, I will work on that.
He's calling up like the local agency or something. He's like, I'm leaving it in your all hands now. You're gonna try to expedite the at least the temporary adoption procedure. Wow. Well, that ain't gonna happen. Hey, you inconsiderate a-holes, cut it out. Hey, there's a baby over here now. You got to keep it down. He's gonna like, no, not sit and chat with her. Just sit. He's gonna stay for a little while just to make sure they're okay for the moment. Because he's not okay. Hey, look at that. He's an adult. What do you know? Well, you sure are a natural. You just don't want to put that baby down, do you? Well, I mean, hey, I get it. You don't have a dog. You don't have a dog to cuddle, so...
Hmm? You know, it's possible the game might have given me what I needed after all. Just not yet. Nah, that didn't work out. I will be right back and we'll go get my coffee warmed up. Hey, guess what? Me too. Let's hit pause on that and let me go get my coffee warmed up. Seriously? Yeah. What? Yeah. Future me's gonna go get my coffee just like past me. Me, present day you? Yeah, whatever. Depends on what perspective you're in. Alright, I am back. Okay, so it's currently went. Alright. So where's the part where...
Oh, yeah, we're ignoring the baby already.
First blowout milestone. Alright. Go fix up that baby.
Ah, there we go. Let's wear that. Put your blue dress on. We don't have a high chair yet. I'm gonna have to put into Walmart or a thrift store or something and go do the thing. You're putting on the sunglasses, eh? Pick it up. Hello, pick the baby up. I'm not getting a high chair, okay? Not until we gotta, you. Make yourself useful. Well, nothing went in the inventory, so I guess you're okay there. Well, thank you, Adora. That's nice of you to bring over that fruitcake that we didn't keep, or we didn't party with it. Oh, that's not the. Alright, you're gonna excuse yourself. Okay, come on now. Well, you're off of work anyway for... Yeah, you got your... Okay, that's good. That's good. We got some time for you to do some stuff with the baby. Okay. Alright. You're gonna leave. You're gonna get back to you gotta do some stuff.
I apologize if any of you don't want to watch this right now. I'm just... Sometimes I need my my reminders of where I've come from.
Okay, we got enough money for him to do something. I'm gonna move you into... back into that house, if it's still there. It's not. I think you only needed 20. I don't think the stuff's gonna be there though because we moved out. Yeah, unless the stuff wasn't in his inventory. Yeah, I don't think this will work. Yep, there's nothing there. Unless when he moved, the stuff went into Dana's inventory. Or his.
Yep. Yeah, good.
I doubt it, but... chances are it's in her inventory if it did go with him. Yeah. Alright. Well, I'm just going to leave him here for now.
That's one benefit of the cell phone thing
He
is...
doesn't actually live here.
In the old days...
Well, he was living there.
In the old games, you had to leave a phone with them. You had to have a phone or else you couldn't call them.
Whatever, that's details that don't matter. But he was the nanny for quite a while there. He's grown quite fond of that kid. and those people. You know. Okay, so the first thing I want to do is check the inventory. You don't have them either. Oh wait, yeah, you do. You got your parents and yep. Okay. Okay. All right. I just don't want ghosts floating around. We're not going to do the ghost thing. So. Now, if this is going to be a Sims game that I played, I've never made a cemetery. The closest I came to that was in when I played the Stu Spudman series, you know, because they just kept dying left and right away. They were getting put in the backyard on the farm there, but that had some comedy element to it. Wasn't meant to right away, but oh Joy, you have the bison stew that they were eating at the other house. You got the high chair. Do I want you to get? I mean, the house didn't burn down. Only the kitchen caught fire and killed them. You know, it's not necessarily that they burned to death, that the smoke might have got them. You know, the other two might have survived because they got out one of the windows. Or maybe he crawled to safety with the baby or something, or, you know, I don't know. But, you know, he's probably got some training because he, you know, comes from the nanny service on, you know, CPR or something. Or not CPR, but just, you know, emergency stuff in general, and would know what to do during a fire, you know, to get that baby out. Right, so I think we'll just leave that stuff there, and then when I pretend that we go to the a thrift store or whatever to buy some stuff, instead of just actually buying stuff, we'll just take it from the inventory. Or pretend that when she goes to Arizona to the house, she'll, you know, collect the things that didn't burn up. Come on, Dana. I didn't realize that this outfit had the sunglasses because it's one of them ones I made at the thrift store. So, okay, well, you no longer have the blowout thing. If anybody, it seems to be a bunch of you just joined us within the last half hour or so. Let's recap. Okay. So, as of yesterday's episode, I switched it to where Dana was here at her apartment, because they don't actually live at the magazine office. They all have places of their own. They come to work, like normal people. So I had her here at her apartment. She was doing her own thing. Finished getting the top of the career here. She's level 10. She went on a blind date, but a couple of blind dates, but as usual, the blind date thing keeps setting her up with women, and she's trying to find a guy. She went out and celebrated New Year's with Penny and Beth and Cody last night. Because it was the New Year's thing. It was it was the other one with the wine glasses. Okay. Well, what is that?
It's not going to be on there.
Night out.
Oh, just come on already.
Okay, whatever the other one is with the wine glasses. I thought we were doing that one, but I guess not. We have a flea market. Maybe we'll go to the flea market. Are we able to take the baby to that? I mean, it's right here. It's right here in the city somewhere here. Now that she lives by the festivals. Can you feed the kid? Is Penny here? Let's do that. Unless Penny's down there somewhere. I mean, I don't want to have to do all that. Excuse me. Sorry. Okay, that's not exactly what I meant to do, unless you're going over to her apartment. Where is she? Are we actually going to her apartment? I mean, she lives in the next building over. You're so distraught you didn't even think to Oh, there she is. Put your winter coat on and all that. What are you, like, cooing the thing, or? Oh, thanks, Penny. Come on, go home. Oh, you're gonna finally feed the kid out here in the cold, huh? After how many times I tried to get you to feed the kid? Or maybe if we, yeah, bring you inside, please. Come on. Come on, before we get the kid taken away for being frickin' freezing. Let's go. You're gonna ruin my story if you do that.
Oh, Lord. That is... We're on 271 right now. That was back at 62.
So, again, back to the, what's going on. Dana's a workaholic. She's had midlife crisis, blah, blah, blah. She has never met this child until today. Her sister got married. She didn't go to the sister's wedding. The sister had this baby a year ago. She didn't get to go to visit the baby in the hospital or any of that. She was always working. She was always doing something. She was supposed to go to the birthday party this weekend. She was going to go, had the plane ticket and everything to go to Arizona. An earthquake happened. It was only a minor quake, nothing really serious here, but it was one of them random things that happened in yesterday's episode right after I moved her in here in the quake zone apartment. The earthquake happened, and I was like, okay, well. And then all day long during this episode, the parents have been calling her, and she's been, like, blowing them off, and it's like, oh, you're not going to make it? You can't come? And it's like, I mean, the game has literally been helping me tell the story, other than trying to have the Will give the baby to her. But, unfortunately, her parents, her sister, and her husband died in the kitchen fire.
The brother-in-law, not Dana's husband.
The baby survived. And she's the only living relative. So the other day when I said, Dana, I've got plans for you, this is what I meant. Ooh, off the rim and into the can. Alright. Let's get these walls down, because there's just too many of them. Yeah, I hope I'm not coming down with something, because that just kind of like sudden allergy or something. Okay. Can we please give this baby a bath? Please? What's your relationship like with the baby? Cautious. Well, the baby's cautious. We don't really know, Elise. Now, I don't have any rules about, like I can't cheat the needs or anything. This is about story. So I'm more like a movie director than a Sims player, so you all have to forgive me if that bothers you. If you're looking for somebody to play challenges or something, there's plenty of people on YouTube that do the challenges and all that. I'm interested in playing The Sims the way I used to play The Sims and just come up with stories and see what I can do. And I don't want the gameplay to get in the way of what I'm trying to do. So I mean, she's already sad enough as it is, so me making her happy ain't helping anything. I have aging off for a reason because I want to do the things. I want to do the things with the baby. So. Okay, so. Okay, which of the beds in this house is more comfortable? Okay, they're both the same. They're both uncomfortable. Okay, we're changing that. Because Miss Fashionable would not have an uncomfortable bed. Not with the amount of money she's got. Not that any of this matters, because, okay, we need to, bonsai tree, you need to not be in the bedroom, okay? Okay, I guess we can't, let the kid sleep. Just let the kid sleep, okay? The kid wants sleep, we need to give the kid sleep. Or, well, change the kid's diaper. Not yet. Wait, what carrier? What carrier? I didn't know I had a carrier.
Hi, bud.
Well, wait. Why are you picking up the kid to go to, unless you're... Okay. Okay, is this kid getting sleep or not? I think the kid blew out his diaper again, but... Don't wake up. Okay, this is not going to work until I get furniture, so... Okay, call a nanny. You gotta call a nanny because you gotta go get some furniture. I mean, I know a kid will just fall asleep on its own, but... Okay, so when the nanny gets here, first we're gonna like go to the flea market, but before we do, let's see if we can place our store somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry, bud. Okay, first things first. Do I have Rocket Thrift saved, or is it only Walmart? There's Rocket Thrift there. How big is it? 40-30? Okay. Okay, we can put it there. She might be a little tight on money right now because she just bought her store and opened it. You know, so it's like that's why she's like she's gonna go to this thrift. Well, she wants to do the thrift store anyway, but I mean the thing with thrift stores though, when it comes to baby items, is you got to be careful not to get things that might have been recalled for baby getting his head caught in it or something. You gotta be careful using like cribs from the 1970s. And again, my mom used a dresser drawer for me, so big giant dresser drawer. Gotta do what you gotta do. Um, why is this has nothing to do with anything over here? So, for those who may be unfamiliar, there's a game out there called American Truck Simulator. And they have, at least for the earlier part of the game, you know, when they first came out, they have a store called Walbert and a store called Eddie's. And depending on which one you go to, it's either got this color for Walbert with a big red W here, or Eddie's with a blue oval with Eddie's on it, and this is blue background on here. And it basically looks like, you know, a drugstore or whatever. And you drive your truck here, and then if you do the hard parking, you have to like back the truck up this way and then around the corner. It's one of the more difficult ones to do, especially early on. Sometimes they'll give you that as your first one, you know. So if you choose the hard parking, you gotta squeeze your truck, you know, get in here, squeeze it through here, try not to hit cars over here, then try to figure out what you're doing enough to back the truck this way. Now, it's a little wider than this, but still, it's hard to do. But anyway, in my World Without You series, after building this for other things, I turn it into a thrift store called Rocket Thrift, home of the Retro Rocket days. And I made, I use half walls to make these look like clothing racks. You know, before I had all the other clothing racks that I do now, so at some point I go in here and update this to look like the other stores. You know, then we got the usual miscellaneous electronics and stuff that a thrift store would have, and picture frames, and, you know, the bric-a-brac, as it's called, apparently. And then some kids' furniture over here. There's a high chair. But not the one that her sister had. And I don't see a crib here. But, yeah. So, yeah, this is my thrift store that I made. I used it twice. I originally made this, I was having Tessa Bloom work at it, I believe. And then, for World Without You, I put a location in San Sequoia for her to go. She had to replace her little portable radio, so she went here to get one. She needed a new CD player. Rocket Thrift. Oh, Reno's got the big one now. Let's try Eddie's. So this is what it looks like when the Eddies in American Truck Simulator. They've been they replaced a bunch of the Walberts with some of the recent updates. They've only got the bigger ones. And then they took half of those and made them into a different store. I decided to make this right after they came out with the curved wall things. It's like, oh, maybe I can make that after all. We timed out. Well, I didn't make any pages anyway. Will you leave the frickin' page already? Alright, I didn't quite buy everything for the other house anyway, but, yeah. Because I wasn't actually going to play the whole thing over there. Alright, well, we have our thrift store to pretend to go to. Hopefully this is where we left off, because I didn't play anybody else. Okay, you're still waiting on the nanny to come, right? Are we cleaning up the kid? So, to those who are watching, this is going to be a thing. You know, we're going to be not all the time, because I want to play the other characters too. But we're going to be we're going to be raising this kid. That's Dana's story. Don't scare the kid. Don't. Give her tip right away so she does a good job. If she doesn't do a good job after that, we ain't gonna tip her. Here. Here's $100. Thanks for coming so quickly.
We're watching one of the older episodes at the moment.
Okay. The kid's sleeping. Let's go. Before we do, let's go to create a sim and change your outfit there. Okay, we're gonna, as much as I love you wearing this, I don't know if I want you to keep wearing Helena's dress. I don't know. I want to remove something. We haven't gotten to this point yet. No. We didn't quite get there. I meant to actually do that before we got the kid, but I was in a bit of a hurry. You know, at first glance, I thought she was wearing like Cinderella clothes or something. I thought it was like a patchwork apron or something. A lot of clothing in here I didn't see before. That's not a really took a good look at this. We can get rid of some of that black clothing.
Alright, when did we get to the damn store? Can we get to the damn store already?
5 million versions of this. Okay. Buddy, settle down. Please don't interrupt while I'm trying to do this. I gave you food, now shut up. Stop. I'm not eating it yet, it's too hot. can't try to have a talk with you. What's going on? Here. Beatrice is currently not really hanging around the magazine. She's been worn down, and she's going to soon be diagnosed with cancer. She's going to survive. It ain't going to kill her, but she's going to be not quite around as much, and her and Dana have been very close for a long time. You know, they're almost the same age. Beatrice is just a little bit older. So it's like these two were the best friends before, you know, Dana started having other best friends. And so does Beatrice know what happened, or is she just bumping into Dana and wondering what's going on? Well, Beatrice knows Penny. Because Beatrice helped Penny that day 10 years ago and took her picture and made her the cover model. And Dana just showed the baby to Penny and told her what happened. Even though it was kind of a brief conversation. Penny might have said something to Beatrice about you need to. I can't tell you what's going on, but you need to check in with Dana. Maybe Beatrice was meaning to do that and didn't necessarily know she was going to be here, but just happened to be coming here or maybe to like next door or something and saw that Dana was here. No, we're not going to ask to be woohoo partners. Hey, Penny didn't tell me what was up, but she said I should try to have a talk with you. What's going on? We're not going to brag about the baby. Now this is going to be a positive interaction. Hey, I met my niece. Maybe Beatrice knew that Dana was going to go to that party, and she thinks Dana's about to show pictures of our niece from the party. she's awesome, isn't she? No, we're not doing that. Dana, do not do the things that you don't like. Yeah, you have no idea what kind of dirty dishes and all that is going to be happening. Hey, don't be sitting on the merchandise. No, we're not going to talk about piano. Oh my God. Oh my God, are you serious? We don't need gossip. No, we have some sort of. Right, and then after all that, you didn't do the thing I told you to do. Look, I'll I'll help you if I can. Just let me know. You know, what am I gonna do? I don't know if I can do this. Buddy, please stop. 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 Look, Dana, it's not gonna be easy, but It's not going to be easy for Sydney either. You're all she's got. Looks like you've got each other. I guess you're right. You're just going to have to lean on us. All of your friends. We all care about you. No. No, because you're my sim. And I tell your story. I don't even know who that is.
Come on, hurry this up.
That's cool. That's cool. First thing I need to ask you, though. Are you going to take that kid? Are you going to keep her? You need to make up your mind. You may be family. And maybe things will go easy with the adoption and all that. But you gotta want it. Are you gonna be able to do this?
I'm going to hit pause for a second here. If anybody recently joined in, present day, I am currently on episode 271. What we are watching right now is we are watching my YouTube channel, and we're watching episode 62. I had some people in the chat earlier, and I was showing them some of the previous stuff I had done because they were asking about it. So I flash back to this episode where this character, Dana Frost, my fashion writer, who is a workaholic, has just been handed her 1-year-old niece by her nanny because the rest of her family died not from the stove being on fire, but the toxic smoke. They'll later find out that the toxic smoke and fumes caused by a part inside the oven being exposed after the initial fire and then getting hot and burnt caused the fumes from that part to... The toxic fumes are what killed 4 of her family members. And now she's about to adopt her niece. She's over here in California, and her family was in Arizona at the birthday party, the baby's birthday party. One moment. So we're rehashing this. Because we are. Bear with me a moment. I'm trying to get my phone plugged back in. The chat is on my phone. So... And because the episode's been going a while, it minimized, and then I wasn't seeing the chat anymore, and so I had to load back in, and now I'm trying to get it to be held by the stupid claw arm, and now I gotta faff with the cord to try to get it to charge. Nope. Alright, unpausing. It's right there. Oh, damn it. I want to. But
have to. That's right. You've got this. I've never known you to be a quitter. Well, we're gonna fish for a compliment, huh? Yeah, I know, I'm the bomb. Yeah. Yeah, see, that's the spirit. Oh, wait, no. You know what? No, I don't want to do that because, look, I got your back, okay? We've all got your back. It'll be alright. You just, if you need us, you let us know. I know you got some other things you're gonna have to take care of too. If you need some help with that, you let me know. We don't have to do everything. Now, that's kind of where you're a bit wrong, because I've skipped out on all the other things I was supposed to do. I gotta do this. I didn't do what's right when they were alive, but I gotta do what's right without them. I gotta make sure they're at peace. Like I said, you need help, let me know. You already know her. Man, this is what I'm talking about. We had a long bunch of conversations with her yesterday. I should not be introducing myself to her again. Are you laying on the kitchen floor again? I'm gonna have to get rid of these stinking rugs. They're probably more comfortable than the other thing, and that's probably why she keeps using them. Oh, okay, this is like the master bedroom here. Okay, we've got this for the moment. Buddy, settle down, please. Settle down.
Alright, we need to kind of hurry this up a little bit.
Okay, you come on up here. Give her some money. Okay. Okay, you are a difficult baby.
Okay, so with that being said, that it's episode 62, let's zoom ahead here. So they kind of were just sitting around. They put out some stuff that they bought, got some chairs. They started doing some knitting. And then I went through the next few episodes, and I played as the I kept the infant, and we did all the milestones I could figure out to do. She can't go. There was an earthquake, and there was like damage at the airport they had to assess, so they weren't letting any flights leave, and her flight got canceled. And not only that, but dealing with whatever was happening here and in town, and making sure everybody was okay. But she didn't get to go, unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, because had she gone, I wasn't quite able to use the. Somehow the beds went away. All right, well that's fine. We can. Put your everyday on, please. I want to see my doctor here. There. Alright. Did we not put it? Oh, we don't have. No wonder it looks like that. We don't have a roof on it. I thought it just wasn't showing the frickin' floor for some reason. No, we ended up putting that in the damn snow.
all over the doctor. Where you at? There you are. We give her to the doctor so he can check her out. Cool. So we actually got some gameplay out of this. So we brought her to the doctor, and the doctor is checking her out. There we go. So, and the doctor's feeding the baby. Cool though. I mean, it's not perfect, but it did what I intended for it to do. We got parents that brought their kids to the doctor's office. You know, we were at least able to get a little bit of the, you know, like as if we were chatting with the doctor in the examination room, and he's holding the baby. So that's really cool. I know it's we can do that. Hey, give me my baby. Don't take my
I
baby
need
away.
to move on.
But that's not it. I know maybe I wrote it on a save file. I don't know. It's making me mad because I wrote out like a whole thing, unless it was the title of a book or something. But it was like when she got mad that nobody was buying her book, and then was wanting revenge on the top. No, the doctor's way over here. Okay. I was gonna say, like, well, I don't see him, but there he is. And Dion, the brother-in-law, all passed away in a kitchen fire at the birthday party in Arizona. The baby was in the in her bedroom with the nanny, and survived the fire. The nanny having some training because he's a professional nanny today, and they're trying to make her a partner and get this account with some food. All that, unless that's one thing to have that in the Stu Spudman series, but not when I'm trying to do a story. And that gets a little frustrating. So I want to do something here at some point here, not necessarily right here, but munch that toe. Oh yeah, that's how you do that. You just hammer it, hammer that baby. Hammer time. You can't touch that. You're not causing the baby to wake up, are you?
Okay, where was I?
Place or something like that, where the late 1980s. She doesn't like to be held. Put her in the bathtub. So I'm just going to say this. This is derivative. This whole story is derivative of a movie as far as her getting this baby. There's a movie from the late 1980s called Baby Boom. You know, I don't necessarily want to spoil the movie, but the basic thing is, you know, Diane Keaton's character is a career woman working for like an advertisement place or something like that, where they offer her to become a partner, and she's like, you know, I have no plans to have a family or anything like that, and you know, she works like 12, 14 hours a day, and they're trying to make her a partner and get this account with some food chain, food company, and out of nowhere, she gets a phone call saying she's inherited something, but she can't understand what they're saying on the phone call, except meet them at the airport in the next day. She goes to the airport. This lady from England, or with an English accent, is holding a baby. Hands her the baby. Diane Keaton's character is still thinking she's inheriting like a check or something. You know, like what am I signing for? What, you know, like the lady has her sign something, and then like, so what is it? What am I adopting? Or not? Or what am I inheriting? Elizabeth, of course. Yeah. So all of a sudden, she's taking care of a baby, and her world is turned upside down. A lot of the things that I'm having Dana do, and will be having her do, are derivative of what happened in the movie. I've got her making the canning stuff that happens in the movie. I might be having her move to a country house, which I will attempt to build the house from the movie. At the very least, the shell of it, you know, because I get bored when I'm building sometimes, and, well, doesn't always, you ain't gonna get little Simsy builds out of me. You know, that train case building, that was me really getting into it and building that thing, and even then, you know, the basement ain't exactly finished. And with that was a build that I had already done before in Sims 3 or Sims 2 or whatever it was. So, yeah, it might have been Sims 2. I forget. You know, my builds can be anywhere from 10 minutes to 3 months. So, just depends on how inspired I am by it. Well, I worked on that Shining Hotel project for a couple of months 10 years ago. Or 12 years, whatever that was. Back in like 2012. But that was something where I could watch the movie over and over again. It's the DVD of that movie is stuck in my old computer tower. I can't. The eject button won't open up. Yeah, that's how much I watched that thing in there and left it. You know, I just found like a $5 or $10 DVD of it at Kmart, and I was just able to like watch it like in slow motion, frame by frame, over and over again while I was building in The Sims 3. You know, and if it wasn't for the fact that I got to do this live, if I'm going to do that, I would do something similar with that movie, the Baby Boom movie. As it is, all I can go by is there's a few people that have some photos online of this house. This house actually exists. It's you can Google Map it, but you can't get street view of it because you have to be able to go up the driveway, and it doesn't do that. But there's also a present day view where all them bushes have. See, in this picture, them bushes are down here. They're not tall yet. Present day, these bushes are 30 years later. These bushes are huge. They're blocking the window. But yeah, I would like to build this house. It looks like this is an addition on the house here. I don't think that was on the... Yeah, it doesn't look like that's in the... I mean, I could be wrong. I did find one person that has actually built one already. But I'm not going to use theirs. But I just want to show that somebody has actually done that. At least the one that actually did a good job on it. There's a couple other people that they put something and say this is it, and it's like, well, okay, leaves a lot to the imagination. Yeah, this is this person's version. I give this person the kudos because they actually worked on the interior and all that. And that's probably more than I'm going to do. I want to do that so badly, but I get lazy. My intent is to not just build the house, but in the movie, the story is that the house also has an orchard around it, an apple orchard. So we may go with that theme when we go to build it. I'm wrong town. Getting tired, I can stay up, and then tomorrow can be another long stream, so who knows what I'll be doing. But, let's, I suck at using the hills, so I would like to use some hills in this. Hard to say. There's nothing. Well, if you look at the front of the house, you can gauge how wide it needs to be, right? And of course, when we get there without it crashing. Because this room is not much bigger than this. I mean, if you look at that, there's 2 windows on this side.
Alright, I'm gonna let y'all watch this for a few minutes while I go warm up my coffee and stuff. You know. So whatever it is I'm doing right here, y'all can watch it while I go do that.
You know, which makes me wonder if the kitchen is actually in that back room. Because we have this interior door here. I think I might go back. The issue I have with that is that it puts the fireplace on the back wall and not where the chimney would be. mean, I'm not an engineer and all that, but if you'd think that if they were putting this inside this house, that this chimney would be that fireplace in her kitchen. But that seems like it would be over here where these windows are. So I doubt they were using a system of pipes to carry the stuff over to the chimney. If it's a 200-year-old house, as claimed in the movie. I mean, maybe it has pipes to go over to there, but I don't know. And I'm ignoring this other little piece here because that's an addition. Whoever owned the house after the movie added that on. Let's just say. Makes it look like that chimney is here in the middle somewhere where the stove would be, and that makes sense, but then the kitchen wouldn't be all the way back to this back wall. It would still be okay, so maybe that other door doesn't go outside.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. And then, so let's see, let's get to about here. Let's see where we're at.
No, it's still that one. Let's move it, I mean.
What episode is this? Okay, this was episode 70. This was 201 episodes ago. If anybody wants to, go back and actually watch me, I don't do speed builds, I do live builds, so, you'll have to flip through, these next few episodes, back then, because I did not, spoiler alert, this was not the final build. I had to move some things around. I ended up watching the movie in between this episode and the next episode, or at some point within the next day or so after I did this. YouTube just happened to have the movie on there at the time, free with ads or whatever, and I was able to watch the movie and slow it down and get some screenshots and whatnot of things that I didn't see in the other person's screenshots and figured out where the kitchen should be. And then I realized that I had one of the rooms, I had it at the front of the house and it needed to go back to the back of the house. Based on,
I'm digging this.
There's a scene at the end when she comes home and rather than, she did not come through the front door, she came through a back door. And once I realized that and where she went after that, I had to move a room to the back of the house instead of the front of the house. So, yeah. Okay, so I plate. Let's see what happened here. Okay, we had her go to the flea market. I didn't realize it, but I guess we had already moved her in.
No, I want you to stop it. Okay? Because
Yeah, so what you see here is still wrong. So I had to fix it.
My radio. Well, we need to buy something worth testing. We were in the middle of the welcome wagon started just as we were ending the episode last night, and I left off there because we had to, because the episode was going to end. Because yesterday was a 11-hour and 50-minute episode, so we had to stop because otherwise YouTube cuts it off. If you have not been watching the past few days, I have been doing the theme of the movie Baby Boom from the late 80s with Diane Keaton, where out of nowhere she inherits a baby. Now, in this case, Dana never met this baby, but knew it existed. It's not quite a distant cousin that gives her the baby. And we've been slowly working on building this house from the movie as best I can, from what, you know, the pictures and stuff that you do see in the movie. I will be tweaking this house because when I watched the movie again, you know, parts of it yesterday after the stream, I realized that I figured out where the living room's at and where her bedroom is at upstairs and all that. And we will be fixing that. Alright, that's just a mint dress. Let's sell that one. Let's wear that for a little while. We need to... What's got going on there, girl? She's crying. Alright. Let's build without family here. Alright, let's temporarily put the plants upstairs. Is that what we want to do? Not really. Well, why are you going to do it? Let's go get our coffee warmed up, and then we'll figure it out what we're doing. Do I want to do this now? I don't know. I really would like to have this house be the way it's supposed to be. Oh, it's the violin. Okay. So this needs to go back further. We don't have the money. What's the money, Chief? Not Motherload. I don't want to use Motherload yet. I don't want to give her that much money. Yeah, let's do the chain. Oh, that ain't working. Because we're in the other build mode, that's why. It probably would work if I was playing the family. But I'm only building in their house right now, so I gotta get into that thing.
Yep. Yep.
Alright, let's do that much for now. Let's see what we can do with that. A lot of this is going to be pretending. You know, I'm going to for the purposes of the story, I'm going to say that they're out of money, even if they're not. You know, because I got to do the story. Yeah. Yeah, there are white things on the edges. Do you want to change the color of the shutters, maybe? don't have to have these steps here. You can always just pretend or put the stairs back when you need to. We got the basement and the doors there, right? Yeah, the doors there. Alright, so. Oh. So, for those who haven't followed recently, this book and this book were her mother's cookbooks or family cookbooks. They barely survived the fire. Her mother had given the cookbooks to her sister because they contain recipes for things like baby food and other things, jam, because her sister had a baby. And that was like a gift to her, passing it down, and, but Dana, found the books there, and, some of the pages had been burned slightly, or some recipes were completely lost, but the ones that had most of it there, she had Caroline come over to the apartment, the food writer, and try to help her decipher what might be missing or come up with something to put in there. After we finish the tomatoes, real quick, coffee warmed up.
Whoa. What's with that baby?
You don't need anything else right now, so. Hey, she's not a basketball. Put her down. Put her down. No need to bottle feed her, she just ate.
Well, here, let's, since at that point I was pretty much done with that build. I'll just go to that house and we'll take a look at it. What it looks like present day. So this is what it looks like present day. I'm just entering the build mode. I'm not gonna... Dana's not here at the moment. I think she's at the magazine. Baby's currently here with her current nannies, but this is just build mode. So at the moment, we happen to have a full moon coming up behind that thing. Full moon in broad daylight. That's the baby boom moon, I guess. Wow, that's the morning moon. Very interesting. So yeah, I did end up building, to the best of my ability, the baby boom house. And we don't spend a whole lot of time up here because I don't, I just cheat the needs. For the most part, I cheat the adult needs. We've been caring for Sydney most of the time, and getting her needs filled, the old-fashioned way. But Sydney, you can't see her right now because we're in this mode, but she is now a toddler, and she's going to stay that way for a while. So if you watch the movie, near the end of the movie, the scene is in this room. And Diane Keaton's character sits in this rocking chair with the baby. She comes home, comes through this back kitchen door, and then looking this way, the babysitter is standing out this way, and Diane Keaton's character is looking through the door, and and the babysitter's like, hush, because or no, Diane Keaton's character is like, shh, don't let her know I'm home. And the babysitter's just pointing the direction of where the baby's at. The toddler. And the babysitter's standing here and points this direction. So then the next thing you know, Diane Keaton's character comes in here, the kid's sitting here, She picks up the kid, sits in the rocking chair. At one point, I had these shelves pretty much. I had all the miscellaneous jams and such on these shelves. I had 5 of each, and I had the honey, and then I had pretty much all these filled with apple jam. But at some point, somehow, it glitched out and they went away. Or I moved her back and forth or something, but I lost all the stuff. But she got all the cooking skill from it. I mean, you want to do cooking skill quickly or easily, do some canning if you've got country living. I am very happy that I decided to do this particular part of the playthrough. What I did was I started the trees in here, a few at a time, one at a time. I grew a tree, picked the apples from it, and then planted those trees out here. Then grew another tree, planted those apples. One at a time, I grew 1 or 2 trees in here and filled out this orchard till it got to this many trees. In here, we have a pear tree. We have a tomato. We have 2 tomatoes, 2 strawberry, and we have 2 blueberry. And the theme is that these plants, she rescued them from Arizona. These were her sister's plants that were indoors. And, her sister's pear tree was like small at the time. And she transplanted them here to keep them going. She kept them at the apartment first and kept them going on the balcony. These were her sister's plants. And she's kept them going. Now, in the movie, in the Baby Boom movie, towards the beginning when they first get here, there's actually a cow inside here, or at least one cow inside here, because you hear mooing, and she comes out holding the baby and a bucket of milk. So, at some point we could involve a cow, but I haven't done that. And then this here was, there's a scene in the movie where the baby's like, she's up on a tree picking apples, and the baby, she like turns around and says, that should be enough apples for one pie, right? And the baby is just surrounded by all kinds of bushels of apples. So that's what this is. And then I recently added this, put it over top of the clotheslines for whatever reason. And there's the well. If you've seen the movie, there's something to do with the well. So, anyway. And so what we've been doing all along is whenever she's got some jam to sell or, we've got the little stand out here. I just recently put this here just for a little bit of shelter. But, she starts up a sidewalk sale and people just start roaming in and stopping by to buy some. I mean, and as you can see, there's only 221 bucks. I've been kind of rags to riches this house all along. I pretty much make her, you know, if we need money, she's got to, like, sell something. Because she doesn't actually get paid from the magazine, and she's not currently working a job. She still does work the magazine. You know, she moved to this house that's further away from the magazine, but she's still going there when she doesn't have to. You know, when she needs to go there, she goes. Even though, you know, these days you can use your laptop and all that and do all your articles and but yeah. Yep, so there's that. And if you haven't seen this at all, we can go look at the what's currently going on with the magazine building. We've got my Shades towers. They belong to Shades Cosmetic Company. This one's the cosmetics company, and this is the offices for their pet rescue foundation. Shades Cosmetics never tested on animals, and they work to rescue animals. And they have a pet adoption foundation and all that here. And this series all started by back in episode 1, well, before episode 1, technically episode 0, when I was just doing one of my chillin' builds to try to break me out of the funk and try to see if I could play The Sims, and I decided I was going to rebuild my train case from The Sims 3. This is how it currently looks with the glass walls. Before this, it was different. It looked like this because I had to still, and technically I'm actually using double doors, the sliding double doors for most of those windows. But that is a rebuild. This is what it looked like in The Sims 3 the first time. And then I started doing things with it, adding in catwalk outside. The office is upstairs, and the other catwalk down below with a pool around it. This was a museum to start with, so that I could use a community lot for it, and then in that game they had these drafting tables. I think it was all a certain pack had these, because when I loaded in Sims 3 the other day, like last week, I had to install something in order to get these tables to show up. So it came in one of the later packs. You know, not base game. And this was it was a modeling agency and fashion design place, not a magazine at that time. That's what I was playing it as the first time around. So now we've got the writers have their offices over here on this half. We've got the relationship and romance and all that writer. This is her office. Over here, we've got the beauty and hair writer. This is the food writer. Fitness writer. I gave them each a closet area to, you know, put some stuff in. We've got the fashion writer. This is Dana's office. Along with the baby boom house. This here is the photographer and, you know, like the head of the media department. This is her office. Cody Polar, our photographer. That's Kodak Polaroid. Cody Polar. And then I believe I recently added in a few more. I added in a few more offices here for extra people. Or I was in the process of doing that. Because we've been taking on some more people lately. You know, with Dana being busy and Misty's not necessarily around as much, and Caroline's busy with the quadruplets, and I mean, it's technically two sets of twins, but they were all born on the same day, and they're born to two mothers that went and had science babies with each other, so they all share the exact same DNA. Or at least, they're not identical twins. They're not identical quadruplets, but they're all the same DNA. You know. They all have the same two mothers. But, Caroline, the food writer, is busy with them babies most of the time these days. So, we got Claire here on Norwood writing some food articles, or will be. We got photography going on over here, and we got, our wardrobe area. And then our main conference room. And then we have Beatrice Ullbright's office here. And the door, either it can close or open, and connects to second in charge and third in charge. She's one person, got both jobs, but Jocelyn Lattimore works in this office, and she recently took on an assistant of her own to help out. Haley Miranda McKenzie that we mentioned a couple hours ago, that was the former model turned manager of the modeling agency. Jocelyn recently met her, and they're both kind of working together to help grow the magazine, because some things happen with one of their rivals, and one of their rivals played a bit of a joke on Jocelyn, trying to embarrass her, and kind of backfired on the other person, because luckily Jocelyn was not. The lady tricked Jocelyn into going to a fancy VIP restaurant that she figured Jocelyn would not be able to get a table at, and would be told to leave, and probably leave in tears, and she was supposed to meet her there for lunch, and stood her up knowing she had to be that she was going to Paris the next day. There's a restaurant in San Sequoia that I made, the Pierre at the Point, or Pierre at the Plaza on the Point. But Jocelyn had been there recently, meeting Nancy Landgrab for what was supposedly a job interview, but Nancy Landgrab was kind of beating around the bush about, hey, you should come work for me, and blah, blah, blah. And Nancy doesn't realize that Jocelyn's got 2 jobs and being paid for both of them, and not just one job. Jocelyn's being paid to do the second and third in command job, because she's been doing that much work. And Beatrice fired the other 2 that had those jobs, and each time she fired one of them, she gave Jocelyn, fresh out of college, who was a former intern, their job, because Jocelyn impressed the hell out of Beatrice, and Beatrice trusted her and didn't want to have to go hunting for some other backstabber to take over the job and not be able to trust them. So she chose Jocelyn to take that job, and then fired the other one and said, hey, Jocelyn, I know it's extra work, but I'm pretty sure you can handle it, and I'll pay you for both jobs. Just do your best. So yeah, Jocelyn's getting 2 top salaries, and nobody else, in the magazine world and all that, know that. They don't know that she's being paid 2 salaries. So you try to swoon her away, or woo her, or whatever you call it, from this magazine. You got a tough sled to do, because you start throwing the money at her, and it's like, you don't realize she's already getting more than you're offering because she's getting 2 jobs. So, anyway, that's that. It is now after 3 o'clock. Now, this is the last time I'm going to have to say this for about a week, but I work today, so I'm going to be ending this episode fairly soon. After today, I'm on vacation for 6 days. So there's going to be a lot of long streams this week. I don't know if I'm going to be doing a lot of building, or I have some building I need to do. That's for sure. I've got a lot of building I need to do. But this is our main story, but this is not the only story. Get in here. Let's get back in here with Beatrice. Because I want to save from in here. As we leave off from this part, a reminder that Beatrice Ullbright, who is about 45, is at her house in Nordhaven. She technically is living in California or nearby, but it's Nordhaven in the game. But or maybe she's got more than one house in the country, and she's currently at her other house or apartment. But anyway, she's currently fostering this child. And as of a couple episodes ago, when we were doing this event, it gave us optional adopt a cat. Well, we went through that and we adopted a cat. And it just so happened that the name of the kitten is Bea. That's the name that was on the kitten when we called the adoption agency, and it popped up in the choices. And I added cutie to it. So it's like Bea uty, but it's Bea cutie. Save as. Okay. Okay. It looks like, unless I'm mistaken, it looks like my audience has gone to bed. Unless somebody's out there listening and just not watching at the moment. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop back into here and save, and we'll end this episode. And as we leave off, this is 18-year-old Beatrice. She just graduated high school. It's the backstory. The prequel, the backstory, however you want me to say it. Her mother, Josephine, who has, because she's a bit chubby as a child and a teen, her mother has body shamed her and picked on her. And over the years, every time she's had Beatrice trying to help her out with something, and Beatrice has kind of fumbled it a little bit, and just her mother treats her like, she's worthless. You never do anything right. The last time I let you help with my garden, you broke the stem on my favorite bush, and that kind of thing. And then we have her dad, Bea Ullbright. And then, okay, her aunt, Beatrice Ullbright, is out here. And Aunt Beatrice is a clone, a copy of adult Beatrice from the other thing, except she's not quite that old. I mean, she's probably more like 40, not 45. But Beatrice looks up to her. So, in one of the next episodes, if it's not tomorrow, but I will, because this is 1981, I plan to make the house that I was living in 1981 when I was a kid. Because that's what I was going to do earlier, And instead, somebody asked me about the magazine thing because they're kind of newer here. And so I kind of went off on showing that. I went off track of, instead of building my house, I was showing previous parts of the series and my magazine stuff, like on here. So So we're in the countdown heading towards episode 300. This is already the longest series I've done. I had 200 something of the episodes of Stu Spudman and Stu Spudclone and Stu Mac in American Truck Simulator. But we have surpassed that with this story. Okay. So, time to wrap up. Thank you to those who were watching our episode earlier yesterday, in episode 270. And thank you to everybody, whether it's now or in the future, who are watching this episode, 271. If anybody missed it, episode 270, it was, yesterday was the 2nd of October. I tried out, I downloaded the new Adventure Awaits pack, and I went through what came with it and such. So, if you want to see somebody doing that, that was the episode that I did it. I didn't try the gameplay yet. The only thing I've done is use the blender. I didn't send anybody to summer camp or anything yet, but I glanced through the venues and looked at what the new schedule thing is and all that, and played with playground, or built some of the playground equipment, and if you want to see what that's about, the previous episode 270 is the one to do. So, thank you all for watching this one. And I hope you all have a good night and a good day. And I'm looking forward to seeing y'all in the next one you're able to make it to. I appreciate y'all stopping by. Until then, bye-bye for now.